Everyone. The meeting will come to order. This is the regularly scheduled meeting for the Land Use and Transportation Committee. I'm Supervisor Malia Cohen, chair of this committee, and to my right is the vice chair, Supervisor Scott Wiener, and to my left is Supervisor Jane Kim. At this moment, I'd like to take an opportunity to welcome President Breed. She's joining us today. Our clerk is Miss Elisa Samara, and I'd also like to thank Jennifer Lowe and Jim Smith from SFGov TV for broadcasting this meeting. Madam Clerk, do you have any announcements?
Yes. Please make sure to silence all cell phones and electronic devices. Completed speaker cards and copies of any documents to be included as part of the file should be submitted to the clerk. Items acted upon today will appear on the November 17th Board of Supervisors agenda unless otherwise stated.
Thank you very much. Also, just want to let people know that the overflow room is located in the North Light Court. Madam Clerk, could you please call item number 1?
Item number 1 is an ordinance amending the administrative code to clarify existing preferences and allocating city affordable housing units, first to certificate of preference holders, and second to tenants evicted under the Ellis Act, and create a third preference for residents where affordable housing is located.
All right, thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm not going to repeat everything that I said last week when we heard this item, but I want to remind everyone that this is incredibly bold and important legislation for residents of San Francisco. Last week, each and every one of us on the committee acknowledged our current affordable housing lottery system as having serious challenges and flaws. We've got neighborhoods that are willing to accept development and housing when it comes time to fill those needs, to fill those units. Residents are oftentimes excluded or just left at the wayside. The consequences of the system has been devastating to communities, particularly the African American community, whom has been leaving the city at an incredibly alarming rate. So last week we heard from dozens of longtime San Francisco residents, neighborhood and faith leaders from the African American community. I want to recognize again Reverend Brown. We've got Reverend Townsend here joining us. Their message was extremely clear. People feel left out and left behind by the San Francisco's affordable housing crisis and the affordable housing system. And a neighborhood preference will, for the first time, even the playing field and help ensure that our local residents are able to benefit from the affordable housing that we are creating. With that said, I'd like to recognize President Breed, who also will have opening remarks. We will have, after President Breed speaks, Supervisor Wiener will be speaking, and then we will have a short staff presentation from the Mayor's Office of Housing, who are here to answer any additional questions that the committee may have. Thank you. President Breed.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. I just want to start by thanking Supervisor Wiener and Supervisor Cohen for increasing the neighborhood preference percentage last week from 25 to 40%. I know that there have been a lot of challenges, a lot of talks around what the right percentage is, and what I want to say today is 40% is definitely the step in the right direction. We have a lot of challenges with affordable housing in San Francisco, and in the past, time and time again, we've gone to members of the Western Addition community, the Bayview Hunters Point community, and we've said to them, let us build more affordable housing. Let us make sure that you have affordable housing in your community. And when the time came for those members of the community to access this affordable housing, they were put in a lottery system just like everyone else, and the chances of obtaining that affordable housing, unfortunately, was very slim. This is why we can't delay this process. We cannot stop this process. Moving it forward now is extremely important so that when we are opening up many of the affordable housing developments, we are looking folks in the eye and saying, finally, you will have right of first refusal. Finally, you will have a real opportunity to access these developments. Unfortunately, this has not been the case. It's not been the case at Mary Helen Rogers Senior Community. It's not been the case, unfortunately, at George Davis Senior Community. And I don't want this to happen. Currently, Rosa Parks 2 is being built. Rosa Parks 2, members of my community, many seniors in my community who are sleeping on couches, who are sleeping with relatives in relatives' home, who don't have a place to stay but were born and raised in the Western Addition, are wondering, how can I get into Rosa Parks 2? I qualify. Well, we can't delay this legislation because we need to make sure that those members of that community have access to these units. This is extremely important. It's a step in the right direction, and when we go to communities and we ask for their support and we ask to build more affordable housing, we are lying to them when we say that they have access, that they'll have an opportunity. The truth of the matter is they don't get an opportunity, and that's what the problem is. And that's why we have to move forward with this legislation now. So I just want to thank my colleagues for supporting this. I do think that, I know that I've heard a lot of arguments, supervisorial district versus neighborhood. I've heard arguments 40% versus 100%. I realize there's no perfect number, no perfect solution, but this is the first step in the right direction. This does not preclude us from going back and revisiting the legislation and making it even better legislation. But to delay moving this legislation forward as soon as possible will be a huge mistake and will be devastating to our neighborhoods' access to affordable housing. When we make promises, we can't keep them if we don't have a preference for the folks who live in those neighborhoods. And with that, Supervisor Cohen, I'm looking forward to hearing the presentation as well as public comment from members of the public. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, President Breed. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair and President Breed, I want to thank you for your terrific leadership in moving this legislation forward. And I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation. We are in the middle of just a terrible housing crisis, and we are all working very, very hard to build as much affordable housing as we can, as quickly as we can. And there are a lot of things happening, both the bond that passed at the ballot and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and various pieces of legislation that are moving through this Board of Supervisors to increase what we produce and to get it done faster. We need this affordable housing yesterday, and we need as much as possible. But it is in order for this program to work, people in this city have to be able to access the affordable housing. And people need to have a fair shot at getting into affordable housing that is built in their community. And it is beyond frustrating to people in various parts of the city, in various communities, when affordable housing is built in their neighborhood and they aren't able to get into that affordable housing, and their neighbors aren't able to get into that affordable housing. And we have a situation coming up in my district, in the LGBT community, the 55 Laguna Project, with 110 units of affordable housing for low-income seniors, which has been spearheaded by Open House, our organization focusing on the needs of LGBT seniors, where we have raised money in the community for many years to support moving forward with this housing, and where many, many people have worked on it. And we need to make sure that our residents have a fair shot of getting into that housing. This is very balanced legislation. I want to thank Supervisor Cohen for her amendment last week to change the 25% neighborhood preference to 40%. I think it strikes a good balance, and I think we should be moving forward with this legislation. I do want to say that we received a statement today from some community organizations that was internally contradictory. On the one hand, it says that 40% isn't enough, and we heard this from some folks last week. It should be 100%, which is, as I understand it, has serious legal problems to go to 100%. But in the same statement, it then notes or strongly implies that it should actually be 0% because affordable housing is being built more in some areas of the city than others. So we seem to have a coalition that is saying completely contradictory things. I don't understand what the point of that is. The fact is that whether you are right now living in Chinatown or in the Bayview or in the Mission or in the Castro, we need to build more affordable housing, and we need to make sure that the residents of those neighborhoods have a fair shot at getting in to the affordable housing in their neighborhood. We have just recently purchased a large site in the Mission to build affordable housing, and I was happy to support that, and I'm glad it's going to happen, and we need more affordable housing, for example, in the Mission. And we need to make sure that residents of the Mission have a fair shot of getting in. Right now, under the current law, there is zero preference for living in a neighborhood. And so we're now going from 0 to 40%, and that benefits residents of the Mission. It benefits residents of the Castro, residents of the Chinatown, residents of the Bayview, and we need to move forward. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other names on the desk, let's go ahead and we'll pivot to the Mayor's Office of Housing for a very brief presentation, and then we're just going to go ahead and dive into public comment. Thank you, Ms. Haywood.
Thank you. Good morning, President Breed, Chair Cohen, and members of the committee. Sophie Hayward from the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development. As you know, the proposal today would create a third preference for access to affordable housing units. The proposal, as amended, calls for 40% of the units, as they become available, be reserved for current residents of a supervisorial district, plus a half-mile buffer around any project as it comes online. The preference would apply to new buildings or units at the time of lease-up or sale, and the preference would apply to housing financed or administered by the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development. I also just want to note that last week the file was duplicated by Supervisor Wiener with an amendment to codify the live-work preference. That duplicated file will be sent to the Planning Commission for its recommendation before being heard again by this body separately. I also would like to restate our policy goal, and it is a little bit of an effort to thread the needle to ensure equal and fair access to affordable housing while acknowledging and honoring the fact that communities and local communities form bonds that create neighborhoods. So it's the neighbors are what make these communities dynamic. It's the neighbors who are being priced out. Our hope is that a geographic preference will help to preserve bonded communities, all of the social webs, including schools, commercial corridors, doctors, community centers, without inhibiting equal opportunity or excluding entirely any one or more groups. There were a number of questions that came up at last week's hearing. I wanted to make sure to address those briefly. Questions included who applies for our affordable housing, who occupies our affordable housing, and what is our ability to implement a preference in buildings in which we use federal or state funds. So let's see, to start with who occupies our buildings, 100% of our affordable housing portfolio is occupied by people who live or work in San Francisco. Who applies for our affordable housing does vary. Approximately 17% of applicants, this is based on zip code analysis, 17% of applicants are from sort of the neighborhood of a sampling of our projects. 68% of applicants are from San Francisco as a whole. And as I said, 100% of units are occupied by people who live or work in San Francisco. Regarding the question of how many buildings in MoCD's pipeline have state or federal funding.
I'm sorry, Ms. Haywood, we have a question for you. President Breed?
I just have a question. How do you verify their addresses when they apply? Because from my understanding, there's no clear verification, and anyone can use any address that they want in this process.
I defer to Maria Benjamin, who directs our below market rate housing, for that question.
Good morning, President Breed. We currently ask for documentation through like a pay stub or if they work here or for living here, a bill in their name that for the address that they're claiming is their San Francisco address.
And what kind of bills? Can you give me an example? I mean, is there specific requirements or they're just, general requirements?
No, there are very specific requirements. A utility bill for the same property, or usually the easiest one is a pay stub because it will show their address.
But a pay stub doesn't, necessarily mean that they're actually a resident. Oftentimes, because there are people who use other people's addresses, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they actually live there.
We also are asking for tax returns. We're asking for bank statements. All of those documents have to have the same San Francisco address.
Okay, but
so if someone was
so it sounds like you don't ask for something definitive like specific, but you ask for a variety of documents.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes.
Thank you for the clarity.
One question brought up last week by Supervisor Kim related to the ability for us to implement a preference when there are state or federal funds in a building. And I just wanted to go over quickly sort of our process. The existing Ellis Act housing preference was approved by HUD. And when HUD first heard of our efforts to introduce a neighborhood preference, we were immediately contacted with questions and concerns from the regional office. Informal feedback was that our original proposal of 25% neighborhood preference for residents of the neighborhood would likely be acceptable. We have not, no agency has made a formal determination about this legislation as it's pending, and the percentage has certainly been a topic of discussion. When the legislation is passed, HUD and certainly the State Housing and Community Development Agency will need to review any final program before it's implemented in buildings that have state or federal funds. But to address the specific question, our existing portfolio includes 31 buildings that have state funds and 24 buildings that have federal money. And in our pipeline, we have at least 7 projects for which we anticipate state funding and 5 projects for which we anticipate federal funds. There was also a question about how we handle preferences for DPH or HSA funded buildings as well as the OCII portfolio. And simply, this legislation applies to buildings funded, administered by, or financed by MoCD. So OCII can implement preferences in their buildings, but the Commission would need to proactively take that step to adopt the preferences.
Actually, my question was, what are the specific projects that are under 100% under DPH and HSA?
Okay, I apologize. I have the total number of those, which are 36 master lease buildings. I don't have the addresses here with me. I apologize.
Okay, and then I had asked also specifically, really my question is, what projects are not going to be eligible for this neighborhood preference, kind of the universe of the list? And I know you had described the categories, but I want to specifically know how many units, which properties.
Right. I will say I am hopeful that we will be able to successfully demonstrate to HUD that a neighborhood preference at 40% is acceptable to them, and that we will be able to implement it in any project that includes HUD funds. And I'm similarly hopeful for the state funds. Projects that are coming up that have state funding, I can name the projects, but we're hopeful that once a preference is adopted, that we will successfully make the case that we can implement it across the portfolio, whether or not there are state and federal funds.
Okay, I'd still like to know. So if they don't approve it, I'd like to know what the projects are. So how many units, which projects?
Sure, I can get that for you. I actually have it here.
Okay, great. And then, a concern that came up last week for me was specifically with the projects that get state funding, which I imagine is a very small universe of projects within our portfolio, because they require live or work in. And so what had been expressed by the city attorney last week was that potentially in the state funded projects that the neighborhood preference would be for those that live or work in that neighborhood. Now, my concern about that is that almost everyone in the Bay Area works in District 6. So to give, that completely wipes out any type of neighborhood preference for those that actually reside in the South of Market, Tenderloin, Treasure Island. So I'm incredibly worried that if we allowed that definition to sit for a state-funded affordable housing project, that it really takes away any benefit of a neighborhood preference. And I really want to ensure, if that is their interpretation, that we don't actually implement that.
That's exactly our approach. We will present the neighborhood preference to HCD as proposed, which is for residents, people who live within the geographic boundary of the preference area. If they don't agree, then the alternative is to not apply the preference for those state-funded projects. There's not a circumstance in which we anticipate providing a preference for people who live or work in the neighborhood. And I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that.
Thank you. And at that point, when we get that interpretation, will there be an opportunity for either the board to kind of help guide the direction?
Yes, certainly we will come back to you to let you know what happens when we make the case to both HUD and HCD, but more specifically, the legislation itself calls for us to return to you in a year to report on the results of the first year's implementation of the project, and that will include a report on our success in approaching both HUD and HCD, but certainly along the way, we will be engaging with you as we make that case.
Great, thank you.
All right, let's go to public comment at this time. I've got a few public comment cards in my hand. First, I'd like to call up Dr. Amos Brown, followed by Wing Ho Leung and his translator Dixon Lee, followed by Arnold Townsend, followed by Mr. Michael Wright, followed by Mr. Shaman Walton, followed by Ms. Linda Fadike Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, the members of the panel, ladies and gentlemen. I'm president of the San Francisco NAACP and pastor of Third Baptist Church of San Francisco. To use the words of Spike Lee's movie, Do the Right Thing, it's time this city do the right thing by black people who were targeted by redevelopment, who have been victims of injustice because of the lottery system. If the truth be told, there have been advocacy groups that have supported their constituent base, as they should have. But to make this thing fair and to do the right thing, we need to, as a city, be humble enough, candid enough, and courageous enough to admit that an egregious wrong has historically been done to nobody but the black communities in Bayview, Hunters Point, and in the Western Addition, where our cultural enclaves were in years gone by. Every other ethnic group has its cultural enclave, but the African American community. So I appeal to this body to go ahead, vote this 40% so we can stop this hemorrhaging and great loss of the black population from this city. It's a shame before God that since 1970, we have lost 60,000 African Americans from this city. And in past times, it appears to have been politically incorrect to do anything about it. Now is the time, as Nike said, just do it and give us our 40%.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Wing Ho Leung and Dixon Lee doing his translation.
各位士三士，你哋好，我係社區住客聯會主席梁榮浩。作為三藩市最大嘅草根組織階層，我哋今天要求市參市土地規劃委員會對於住房優先次序嘅建議，加長公眾嘅諮詢期，讓居民可以對此法案提出意見。
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Wing Ho Leung, president of Community Tenants Association. As the largest grassroots tenant association in the city, today we are the land use committee to extend the public hearing period for the local the preference legislation so that our residents can voice their concerns.
爭取可負擔房屋係社區住客聯會任務中嘅之一。我哋會員遍佈每個區。 所以我哋認為，所有三藩市居民都應有公平機會得到可負擔房屋。以大三區為例，新建嘅可負擔房屋買少見少，而其他區嘅可負擔房屋有一部分優先給予該區嘅居民，此舉只會再削減我哋嘅 成功申請可負擔房屋嘅機會，一個只對居區居民給予優先嘅政策，對其他社區居民並不公平。
Advocating for more affordable housing is one of the core missions of CTA. We have members that live in all districts of San Francisco, and we believe that all residents of San Francisco should have an equal chance in getting affordable housing. Take District 3, for example. The numbers of affordable housing that are being built are very little. If other residents in other districts get preference for their local housing, this move will actually reduce the chances of residents in District 3 getting into affordable housing. So a preference that is based only on which district people live will be unfair to our community.
很多華埠居民都冇機會了解清楚嘅建議，我哋要求市參事會延長時間，讓我哋教育民眾同埋發表意見，與其他社區人士一同研究，確保所有社區居民可以得到公平同埋對待。多謝。
A lot of residents in Chinatown District actually haven't had a chance to understand about this preference legislation. Therefore, we asked the Board of Supervisors to extend the time so that we can educate our residents and also let them have an opportunity to voice their concerns, and also work together with other committees so everyone can be treated fairly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Arnold Townsend, Reverend Townsend, followed by Mr. Michael Wright.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen, members, Supervisor Breed. One, thanks for the hearing. Thank you so much for the legislation that is so severely needed. Let me just say something that I heard earlier. Everywhere I go and they ask me to present ID, they want to see a passport, a California driver's license, or California ID. And I have no idea what's wrong with that. Secondly, let me say that one of the worst words that government, based on history, can say to any African American is wait. We've been waiting for fairness from this society and this system for 400 years, and it hasn't happened yet. And this will not bring us into fairness, but it will put us a lot closer. We absolutely ask you to move this and move it now at 40%. Because what has happened in San Francisco, I've been here 50 years, and it's what has happened since I got here is San Francisco has committed in the African American community residential genocide, and you've done it without shame. Not only have we done it without shame, we've done it trying to justify that it is right, and we're doing it here. When you look at the statistics that Supervisor Breed last week of in 8 years, African Americans getting 63 BMR units out of 1,000, that's genocidal. We will not stand for it. Please, please move this and move it now. If you're a friend of our community, we expect your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wright?
This proposal today is on the right track pertaining to 40%, and I agree to that. But the truth of the matter is, it's a discriminatory practice and trick and device to further base discrimination based on geographical location. For example, this Proposition D, which has been advertised on numerous commercials on all channels of cable and regular TV set, Proposition D. You take an Hispanic female who demonstrates and explains how she's in a foster home and she's living in housing with 9 other people, and she wants her school teacher to be her neighbor at Mission Rock, a brand new proposal apartment building complex with 1,500 units, and you want her to be her neighbors of each other. When the truth of the matter is, out of the 40%, only 2% of people who are in low income brackets below 28,000 are included in that 40%. You're actually providing a greater housing opportunity to move in that apartment building complex for people that are making $95,500 a year.
Another large percentage of that 40% is for people that are making income of $122,000 a year. Another large percentage of that 40% is for people that are making $40,000 to $75,000 a year. How is it that somebody that's making $95,500 and $122,000 a year can be incorporated into the umbrella of affordable housing? Affordable housing is supposed to be for people who are on fixed income and low income. And if a person making $122,000 a year has to live in a building complex pertaining to affordable housing, you need money management and a case manager. What are you doing with your money? And then, okay, now, you further take advantage of putting a Hispanic lady, female, on TV and have her cry and undermine the voters to think that the 40% of housing is going to be for people that's in a position like her, when the truth of the matter is you're providing a higher percentage of housing opportunity for people that's making $95,500 a year. That's an insult on the voters' intelligence and my intelligence. So that 40%, as his claims is supposed to be for affordable housing, it should be for people in need of affordable housing, not people who are in high income brackets making the amount of money that I explained to you.
Next speaker, followed by Shimon Walton.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Cohen, Breed, Kim, and Weiner. And I'm calling all of you individually because I have seen and watched on numerous occasions all of you that are sitting here exercise courage on a lot of issues in San Francisco, especially the controversial ones. You went in there, you make your stance known, and the rest is history. And so we are here today. We want you to be decisive. No further delay moving this legislation forward. As all the speakers have spoken, the injustice to the African-American community in San Francisco, there must be justice. And this is just the beginning of what you will see as we move forward with a lot of actions. I'm going to echo Supervisor Breed, is that it's taken us to come this way. And this is just a first iteration. We will go back and see what this legislation does, and we will come back here and tweak the legislation. So there is room for improvement to accommodate everyone. And as also Supervisor Kim, mentioned, when the city goes to HUD, we want to hear what they say. So there should be no excuse in not moving this legislation forward. And like I said, I call all of you individually because I know you all, and I know what you've done lately, and I know your leadership in the city. So we wanted the 40%. That's what the Baby Hunters Point Multipurpose Senior Center, whom I'm representing today, is advocating. And those seniors deserve to be given opportunity once and for all. So thank you for your leadership and for your decisiveness, and we'll hope to see you on the street somewhere. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Shimon Walton, followed by Kurt Grimes, followed by Donald Dewsnup, followed by Luis Granado.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for this time. My name is Shimon Walton. I am a native of San Francisco, native to Bayview Hunters Point, a resident of Bayview Hunters Point, executive director of Young Community Developers, and a member of the San Francisco Board of Education. There is not a point in time, particularly in terms of what's going on in this city, that I will ever get excited about delaying affordable housing opportunities. This is a must for residents in the southeast sector of this city, and a must, quite frankly, for residents across this city as a whole. We know about the gentrification in the Western Addition. We know about the declining black population in San Francisco today, and there truly is no credible argument in delaying neighborhood preferences for families that have been recently pushed out of this city continuously. That in itself would be unacceptable. But this legislation at 40% preference, coupled with the housing bond that was passed a couple of weeks ago, would actually help residents in all areas of San Francisco be able to stay in this city. We don't need a delay in neighborhood preference. We need to actually speed up neighborhood preference. And this benefits all San Franciscans in all communities. Let me tell you why we cannot delay. Right now, Young Community Developers is building 60 units of affordable housing on the shipyard at 60%, 50 to 60% AMI. We know by sheer numbers, if there's no type of neighborhood preference, that families who live, work, and fought for that community will not have the opportunity to stay. We need to make sure that that opportunity lasts. 40% is a small ask if we even want to put a dent in the trends that are eradicating populations in this city. This city is supposed to be for all of us, so we need to keep all of us here. Unfair is a system that favors people with higher population numbers in a city where certain populations have seen a huge decline. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks, so let me go over the rules. I didn't do this in the beginning, but many of you know that there is no applause. It's not my rule, it's the board's rule. But what I'd like to do is show spirit fingers. It's a much more visual and just as equally as powerful indication of when you support something. And when you hear something that you don't like, instead of booing or hissing, just do a thumbs down. All right? Next speaker.
Good morning, Madam Chair and President London Breed and supervisors. I am Donald Dusnup, and I'm a resident here in San Francisco, extremely concerned about the housing crisis, and also today I'm speaking on behalf of the San Francisco Bay Area Renters Federation. Our organization is a bunch full of renters and also of other walks of life. We definitely support this legislation about affordable housing with the neighborhood, because we go down every Thursday to the ESSA Planning Commission hearings, and we fight for affordable housing. And once it's been built, what happens next? And that's the problem. Because with 55 Laguna, we were told that LGBT, HIV disabled men will be able to have first dibs on those affordable housing units. But we come to learn later that it's just a first come, first served basis from the pool of 10,000 lottery applicants that have no designation if they're in the neighborhood or not. So this is definitely a step in the right direction. Also, our organization supports, first and foremost, that we lean on the developers' financing to finance these affordable projects all over the city. And we support the 40%, of course, as long as we are able to give them a little bit of additional height with those buildings. We really appreciate that because we want to bring these rents down, and we have to bring these rents down as soon as possible. People are being evicted. So, again, we support this legislation. It's a step in the right direction, and we thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Kirk Grimes, followed by Luis Granados, followed by Malcolm Young. Welcome.
Thank you, supervisors. My name is Kirk Grimes, and I'm the program manager at the A. Philip Randolph Institute, San Francisco. On behalf of the disadvantaged communities that I serve, I urge you to increase the preference from 25% to 40%. I also urge you to define the preference by supervisorial districts to ensure that that all eligible participants are not excluded. I urge you to do this now. No delay. Today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Granados?
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Luis Granados. I'm with the Mission Economic Development Agency in the Mission District. As you know, MEDA has been struggling to address the housing crisis in our neighborhood and in the city. We are working hard to stop evictions. We are also working hard to make sure that new units are built. We think that neighborhood preferences is a good thing. Let me just say that. We think it's a good thing. However, we think that this legislation is flawed and should be delayed. Some of the challenges with this legislation is that it looks at political boundaries as opposed to real neighborhood boundaries. We think that this does not capture the essence of a neighborhood, whether it's the Mission or the Castro or Bayview. I think the challenge is that it treats all neighborhoods the same. We think the neighborhoods are unique, and that's what makes San Francisco unique. We don't want the Mission to be treated the same way as the Marina, the same way as the Sunset. We think that having a more nuanced approach to this legislation is really, really important. A 40% across the board does not necessarily make sense for us. I tell you that 40% does not make sense for the Mission. Lastly, there's been little community input on this proposal. While it's been vetted through the Planning Commission, there hasn't been a going back and forth between staff or the board or community on this legislation. I I will encourage for this legislation to be delayed so that kind of perspective becomes more nuanced and tailored to specific community needs. I'll remind you, this does not meet the needs of the Mission District. Thanks.
Thank you. Malcolm Young.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Malcolm Young. I'm with the Chinatown Community Development Center. I just want to state for the record that Chinatown CDC strongly supports a neighborhood preference. I don't want there to be any misconception about that. This proposal is not a neighborhood preference. This proposal is a political district preference, and it will undermine the very goal of trying to keep black and brown folks in San Francisco, while at the same time excluding broad swaths of folks in districts outside of 5, 10, 6, and 8 at this point. So we urge the board to slow this down, to take a look at it, and figure out how we can actually craft a neighborhood preference. I promise you we will be at that table. We're very committed to that. We strongly support a neighborhood preference. I just want to be clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next cards I have in front of me are Grace Martinez, Fernando Marti, Kathy Davis, Manook, Carla Tucker, Rose Eager, Teresa Imperial, and Chris Durazo. First up is Grace Martinez. Are you here? Okay. Fernando, you'll be next. Kathy, you'll be next.
Hi,
after Fernando.
good morning or good afternoon. My name is Grace Martinez. I'm an organizer with ACE, which is the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. I am a native San Franciscan. I don't know if that really matters anymore, but I organize primarily, and I have been organizing primarily in District 10 and in the black community, and specifically around housing issues. And I think we do have to acknowledge that housing is not only a complicated issue in San Francisco, but extremely contentious. I think this legislation, whether it moves forward today, only addresses a portion of the problem. The black community has been decimated in population, and I can give you numbers from 2000 to now. 12,000 African Americans have been displaced from San Francisco. And in large part, it isn't just an issue of building affordable housing, it's an issue of preservation as well. I think in order to do justice, of course, we would need more than 40% neighborhood preference. And I think what's challenging is that we do support both, either both a delay, but also passing something right now. But no matter what, this warrants more discussion and additional research in order to turn the tide of the outmigration that has occurred currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Fernando Marti.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Fernando Marti from the Council of Community Housing Organizations. First of all, I want to say that we wholeheartedly support the idea of a neighborhood preference, particularly in those communities that, as you have heard, have been clamoring for preferences in their neighborhoods. As Malcolm said earlier, this is not, however, a neighborhood preference. A district preference of 40% in the Bayview, for example, could mean that 40% of those units are for folks from Potrero Hill. A 40% preference, for example, in District 5 could mean that 40% of those units are for folks in the inner Sunset. I think the other part is that there are particular communities and particular problems that we are trying to address. For example, 55 Laguna, as Supervisor Wiener quoted earlier, is the assumption that 40% of all senior LGBT households live in District 8. Moreover, if we move to something that is about living and working, as Supervisor Kim mentioned earlier, since most people work in District 6, does a live-work preference in District 6 would really end up being a citywide preference. So it seems that as we are trying to solve a problem for neighborhood preferences by having created boundaries that are district preferences, and by not addressing the specific concerns of those specific neighborhoods that you have heard come up, the Bayview, the Western Addition in Fillmore, and the mission, we are missing the boat. I think the other thing that is telling is that it was HUD who contacted the city around their concerns rather than the city working closely with HUD to make sure that 40% is actually a legal boundary that we can reach citywide. We may have to wait a little bit now, but I think the problem might be much greater if we are forced to wait much longer with no preferences if this is challenged legally from above. So I think it's very important for us to address those particular neighborhood preferences in the Mission, in the Bayview, and in the Western Addition, reaching perhaps much higher than 40% and solving our problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kathy Davis.
Hi, I'm Kathy Davis, Executive Director of Bayview Hunters Point Senior Services. And first, let me note that the African American leaders who have all come up here today are supporting this and want it to move forward. So speaking on their behalf and on behalf of the community, we need to make some change happen. And I disagree with the fact that this hasn't been out there. I've been working on this for over a year and a half. The legislation has been out here since June, and I personally made sure that we had a separate legal argument designed by the Equal Justice Society and the public advocates to look at what was possible, and this is what is possible. A lot of time and energy has gone into this, and I believe the supervisors here are taking the risk and going as far as they can go, and we need to support that. Yes, I wanted neighborhood preferences, but I'm looking at supervisory districts as a win, and we need to take a win here. We need to work together. We need to make some change happen. Other things need to be added on top of this for the African American community, especially displacement preferences, because it's not just about neighborhoods. It's about displacement out of San Francisco, not just a neighborhood, but the entire city. So we have to look at those things, but today we need to support this. We need to make some change happen. We need to make this happen today, and I think that it's really important that we stop this, hurry up and wait thing and I'm not involved, I wasn't part of this. Well, become a part of the future, become part of the future planning, but don't stop those of us who have really worked hard to make this go this far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you Minuk?
Carla Tucker.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Carla Tucker. My mother is a native San Franciscan. I am also a native San Francisco. I was born and raised in the Bayview community, and it's a community that I would like to stay in. Therefore, I strongly object to any delays in the increase for the 40%. When we look at the out-migration of black people, I think we've waited long enough, and I just say this is a community that I believe in, and it's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker I have is Menelik. Oh, it's an L-I. Please, come up, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Menelik. I'm a lifetime resident of Bayview Hunters Point. I've been before these various bodies in the bureaucracy of San Francisco advocating for affordable housing. The 40% of new development is good. I would like to see that pass. But more so important to me is those developments that has already been up and running and who have people who are living in those developments that are not in the requirement of legislation and law under the Health and Safety Code, 334.13 and 334.18. You heard me mention these numbers many times before you, 333, 34.3, the preference of a community to have its residents who live in the developments in their community, I don't think is off the table. I think that it should be that way. But also, the preference of the income categories of the people who reside in those developments is very important, because in Bayview Hunters Point, you got developments that's taking place where it says it's the AMI, 50% of the AMI, very low. But in that very low is not a declaratory, but a part of an existing law that requires that the extremely low be added to that particular percentage of very low income in the development. Not only be provided for, but occupied by, with affordability covenants for 55 years on those developments. And this has not been taking place. This is a reason, in my opinion, for the outmigration of African Americans in San Francisco, is a lack of oversight and holding those accountable for adhering to the laws and policies that would ensure that the people in those income categories remain in the developments. Now, this here is a document that I have that is for the final and conclusive determination. The Mayor's Office of Housing, we know about this final, how you doing? The final and conclusive determination but this legislation law was authored by John Burton, SB 2113, that was supposed to replace houses that were torn down in San Francisco from the 50s through the 80s. But now that requirement for the replacement of those units has been taken off the table by the Department of Finance. So we're speaking about 5,800 and other something odd units that are no longer be available and developed for people of those income categories, and compounded with the problem of not being able to hold the developers and the property managers accountable to what the law requires for the occupancy of those developments is.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So your time is up. We've got a chamber full of folks we got to get to. Thank you for sharing your ideas. Rose Eager is next, Teresa Imperial, followed by Chris DeRazzo, followed by DJ Brookter. Rose? Hello.
Yes. Good morning, supervisors and everybody here. I was displaced. I was from the Sunset District, and I managed to get a preference because it just happened right after the preference. And I worked really hard with the mayor's office, with Brooke, and ultimately we got the preferences. The biggest problem, if I had to move into my neighborhood, I wouldn't have been able to because they don't have any affordable housing built there. So I was so lucky. We were so extreme that we did not fit in any qualification to anywhere. The challenge was intense. The people at Bayview helped us to find out what we had to do. Qualification is more important than you have to go through a lottery, but then you win the lottery and then you don't qualify. Do you know how frustrating that is also?
Yes.
So the thing is that most of the people in the low income are going to be low and extreme low. And the reason how come we are at 120 AMI is the tech people make so much money that even a really good salary is like this compared to what they're making. We need to reconstruct our city and really understand what reasonable housing is, what affordable housing is. We need to redefine this and what kind of neighborhoods we're going into. I moved into a family apartment, beautiful building, brand new building on Natoma Street. We live, wonderful people there. We walk outside, needles everywhere, poop everywhere, people having sex outside. Children have to witness this. Now, we have to redefine also building for the homeless, micro apartments in neighborhoods like Taylor and Eddy. That's a good micro apartment. You could start the process whether they can get off the streets and whether or not they can actually live in a place. 30 days. Then after that, 3 months. Think about it.
Thank you for giving us something to think about. Teresa Imperial, Chris DeRazzo, DJ Brookter.
Hello, my name is Teresa Imperial. I'm from Bill Sauer Housing Program. As part of Bill Sauer Housing Program being in a South of Market, and we have been praying for a neighborhood preference. That's just to be clear. Although South of Market is receiving so much development but there are issues with the inclusionary housing, with the below market rate. And there are people who mentioned about the AMIs, about the income levels. I think we need really to look into the neighborhood preferences coinciding with the income levels in that neighborhood. Because right now, the inclusionary housing is stuck between in 55% AMI. And there are a lot of people that are applying, coming to our office, looking for affordable housing, are also not 55% AMI, 40% AMI, 30% AMI, people that are receiving SSI, SSA. And when there is So that's also need to be looked at. Also, I just want to cite an example on the Ellis Act preference. People who were Ellis Act evicted cannot get affordable housing at the same time because if there is 100% affordable housing, a state-funded affordable housing will not allow an Ellis Act preference. So there needs to be a community planning. There needs to be communication with the HUD, and or in this particular situation with the neighborhood preference, because there are also Ellis Act evictees that are not being accepted because also in their income level. So it is a very complicated matter, these housing issues, and that's why we're asking for continuance, for delay, because there needs to be really a talk in the neighborhoods as to what are the income levels in the neighborhoods, because at this point there's also a discussion of dialing up inclusionary housing income requirements, and we really need to look into that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Chris Durazo from Bill Soar Housing Program. I have to say I'm really bothered that this is coming before us on the same hearing as the 5M project. The developer has been going in the neighborhood saying that there's going to be a neighborhood preference, and don't worry, you're going to get access to the housing that's available here. And it feels hard to hear that on the same day. The reason why I'm saying this is because neighborhood preference is something I've been working on personally for the past 20 years now, even during the redevelopment days when we had zip code preferences. And I think that's something that I want to make sure actually is going to happen, and I want to make sure it's not rushed through the process. Developers, both affordable and market rate developers, it's a win for them. They love to promise that they're going to be able to have neighborhood preference. But for the practitioners that have to get people into those units, it's not a win. It's an empty promise, and it feels like it's a political promise to put this forward without making sure that we can make sure that the numbers work for people. I believe in this. I think we should have a task force or something that's going to be working on this to make sure we understand why people aren't qualified. I hear what people are saying, and I really appreciate that people came out of their way to come out here and really talk about those numbers and really talk about how it hasn't worked in the past with the state impact on when there's $1 of state money in there, when there's $1 of federal money, and how that restricts so many people. It's a reality. The bureaucracy is a huge reality, and it's a barrier that it's hard to keep people's morale up to fight around. So I just really urge you to open this process up so we can fix this and we can actually make something that's going to be solvent, not just get past this for development deals, but to actually work on this so that people are guaranteed when this passes that they are going to get what they've been promised. Thank you.
Okay, DJ Bruchter, followed by Dominic Pereira. Dr. Honeycutt, and that's all the cards that I have. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please just get in line. Thank you. DJ.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is DJ Bruchter. I'm the Deputy Director of Young Community Developers in the Bayview, District 10 resident, and also a member of the General Obligation Bond Oversight Committee. And I definitely want to come forward today and say that I definitely urge you all to press forward with what's been presented. I think President Breed articulated it so beautifully in the fact that right now we're taking a step in the right direction. There's no room for delay. We continue to see our communities and folks and residents in the community being pushed out, and this is one way to go ahead and kind of see a start to ending that. And I'm in strong support of that, and I hope that you all are as well too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dominic, followed by Dr. Honeycutt.
Hello, how you doing? My name is Dominic Perella, and I'm a San Francisco Housing Authority resident, and I know how it is hard for the people out here, and we do need a change. We would like an increase from 25 to 40%. Like, in my situation, I know it's good to help the people, and we need it out here. San Francisco, we need help. So, thank you, and please help us out here. We need the help.
Good morning, supervisors. Dairo Romero from the Mission District. I just want to mention strongly that the Mission District support the neighborhood preference. The Mission, and particularly the Latino community, has been displaced in a big numbers like the African community from the Bayview and Western Edition, and we really need to have a neighborhood preference. But the way that it's presented is affecting us, particularly in a neighborhood like the Excelsior. Excelsior doesn't have any development there, and this is a very diverse community, and they are not considering being part of that. We are asking if you can delay and include other neighborhoods and put like the recommendation from the Planning Commission that they ask not for the political supervisory district, but for really neighborhoods to make it happen. And maybe if we had more time, maybe we identify that the Bayview need more than 40%, or the Mission need more than 40%. But let's have the time and not rush in this policy that is going to have a big impact in the low-income community. The demographics in this city is happening not only in the Mission and the Bayview, it's all over the city, and we had to take the time to address that situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, good afternoon, President Breed, Supervisor Cohen, Supervisor Weiner, and Supervisor Kim. My name is Dr. Veronica Honeycutt, and I have been a longtime resident in San Francisco. I am a retired educator and administrator from various institutions, and I am the chair of the CAC for the Shipyard. It's good to see all of you, but I want to really be succinct about what I've said. I'm not going to be redundant. You've heard the various arguments, some which make sense, and others which do what we don't need to have done. We need an increase. We want an increase in the preference from 25 to 40% for all the reasons that you've heard previously. We want neighborhoods to be defined by the supervisorial district to ensure that we are not excluding any eligible participants in the program. Number 3, we have been studying neighborhood preferences for years. And this is just too important an issue to delay. People are being displaced. People have no alternative other than to leave San Francisco because they do not have the resources to stay here. We need to make it possible for them to remain in San Francisco. It's just that simple. So I want to tell you, please, move this forward, move this legislation forward. Obviously, it's going to take some time to look at the ramifications over time, and those adjustments can be made. But move this forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. I am Michelle LaFleur. I'm a small business owner in the Bayview District. LaFleur Walton and Associates Real Estate on 5688 3rd Street. I was one of the sales brokers that worked on the development at Armstrong Townhomes Development, which was a low to moderate income housing, along with the development down at Mission Walk that we completed in 2012. And I'm here because we had such a small percentage of the population, of the original population of Bayview. And I want to see that change for this next legislation. I would love to see it go from 25 to 40%. I think if we had the opportunity to get all of our buyers and everything together, I think we could definitely see an increase in this development. We don't want the same thing to happen that happened at Armstrong. We were able to qualify a few people, but a fair chance was not given. So I would really like to see it go from 25 to 40%. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Jackie Wright. I am a resident here in San Francisco, and I also am an elder over 60 years old, and I've applied different times to various senior housing, and I haven't been able to get in. I think it's unjust, it's unfair with someone like myself, where my father died in Vietnam fighting for this country, and I can't even get into any of the housing that I should be able to get into when there are foreigners that can also come into this country and easily get into it. I think it's unjust in light of the fact that I'm a hard worker. I have worked for the American Red Cross, San Francisco Unified School District, CBS, and I'm working for myself presently and working with some nonprofit groups. So with me being a hard worker, with me being also an elder, with me also being an artist, there are several areas that San Francisco has made promises to, and I'm not fitting in. So I think the 40% is the minimal that should be given. I think it should be higher, and I stated before, I think it should be 100% until there's some parity that can be done concerning what has happened to especially the African American community, where businesses and homes have been decimated by various policies. And once again, I think it's important that the policies that you put in place now will make a difference. So 40% definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Chirag Bhakta. I'm from the Mission SRO Collaborative. I'm here to call for a continuance and to shift the the current districts to neighborhood preference. As the person before me spoke, the current policy is unfair. It is unjust. I do not think there is any disagreement on that. However, we must not fight each other on this. Every single one of our communities are being discriminated against, are being decimated. I was born and raised in the TL, in the Tenderloin. I went to school my entire life in this city. I went to the same school as the president did, G House, right? Most of my friends who were born and raised here, who grew up here, do not live here anymore. There is no place for them. That is why, no one's saying that we shouldn't increase the percentages. No one is saying that 25% is okay. People are saying 40% is good, but perhaps it should be more. San Francisco is a city of neighborhoods. It's a city of districts only politically. Each district has various neighborhoods inside. This legislation is needed. It is important. The timing of this is pivotal. However, a continuance is not going to change the realities on the ground. Being more detailed on this legislation is not going to end up displacing more people. As far as I know, there are not hundreds and thousands of units of affordable housing that are going to come onto the market in the next few months. Making sure we do this is important. However, making sure we do this correctly, with each neighborhood need being addressed, is more pivotal than anything else, especially to ensure that this city remains a city of various, diverse neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Felicia Thibodeau, Bayview Hunters Point Multipurpose Senior Services, also a longtime resident of Bayview, native resident. I just wanted to say the time is now. We've already missed the boat. We're already behind the 8 ball. The time is now to do something. 40% now is a good start in the right direction for something that we're already behind the 8 ball on. Whether it's neighborhood and we work within our districts to get to a neighborhood preference, the fact that it is a district preference of 40% now is better than still waiting and waiting and waiting. How many years? 1960 to 1970, the redevelopment. How many years for the Ellis Act? If we don't act now, people are going to be displaced. There are thousands of units in the wings waiting on such a legislation. The time is now to act. And then we can still go back to the drawing board now that this is at the attention of everyone. I praise the board for looking at this issue, and I also commend you in advance for making it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's any member of the public that'd like to speak on this item, please come on up. If not, after the speaker, we will conclude public comment.
Vernell Hawkins, representing all of the people who have been displaced. We need to do this 40% and also grandfather those certificates that were given out that only 2% has been used.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hawkins. So that ends public comment at this point. Thank you very much. President Breed has a few remarks. I have a few remarks as well as Supervisor Wiener. President Breed.
Thank you. I'd like to thank every member of the public who came out to speak today. And just start by saying this is not perfect legislation. There have been times that this Board of Supervisors has passed legislation and we've gone back and made changes and have made it better. We are far behind in this neighborhood preference. And as far as I'm concerned, we cannot continue to delay. Delay means denial to those folks who are still trying to hold on to living in San Francisco. Just to be clear, I'm not completely happy with using supervisorial districts. I know that the Western Addition is not the same as the Inner Sunset. I understand that there are a lot of unique neighborhoods all over San Francisco, and people are proud of their neighborhoods, they're proud of their city, and they want to be able to have a place at the table. As I said earlier today, Rosa Parks, which is about to open, is one of those places that the neighborhood is asking for preference. People in the Western Addition community, they want access to those units. And yes, while I realize that we're talking about supervisorial districts, which are larger than neighborhoods, again, with no neighborhood preference, the possibility of those residents having even access to these units is almost virtually impossible. And so I do not support a delay. I do support moving this legislation forward. I support not only moving it forward, but looking at it, analyzing it, and possibly making more changes to it in the future. And I want to say, I had an opportunity, because housing has been one of the most important things that I've been working on here in the Board of Supervisors. I visited New York. I went and visited homes in New York. I talked to elected leaders. I talked to housing advocates. I talked to so many folks in New York who gave me an earful of information. The fact that as far back as they can remember, as far back as they can document, that they've been doing neighborhood preference since the late 1970s in New York, and housing advocates and elected leaders have known this and have chosen to pretend like neighborhood preference never existed anywhere and we couldn't do it because of the laws, it makes me even more upset and more determined to move this legislation forward as quickly as possible. Yes, we can work with anyone in trying to make this legislation better, but the time to move this existing legislation at the table, while not perfect, is now. More specifically, I wanted to address the issue around the lawsuit that folks have talked about in New York. I had a chance to talk to the HUD Secretary Castro. I had a chance, along with Supervisor Cohen, to meet with Leader Pelosi to talk to them about what's happening in San Francisco in comparison to what's happening in New York. Two different things. They haven't had a lawsuit for what we're dealing with in terms of displacement of members of the community. The lawsuit in New York specifically was around folks feeling like they had been left out of the process. It's a different thing than what we're trying to propose here. And they understand that there is a real problem in San Francisco, especially Leader Pelosi, who basically had that conversation directly with the secretary in front of me at a public housing development that says, look, we have to do something different in San Francisco. We have lost too many neighborhood people in these communities, and we need your support with this legislation. So while we're taking a chance of federal funding, we take a chance oftentimes with all kinds of pieces of legislation. And in this particular case, we need to move forward, and we can make it better. And I think that it's important that we continue. Mayor's Office of Housing has continued to work with HUD. They've continued to work with Leader Pelosi and other elected leaders on the federal level. And while we don't receive significant amounts of state funding for our housing, our affordable housing stock, we will still work with those leaders and those folks in order to basically get as much money on the table as we can to build this housing faster. But we deserve this preference. We deserve it yesterday. And I think that it's important to move it forward, to get it passed, and to continue to work with those who are part of the decision-making process in order to make it better legislation. The time is now, and I ask my colleagues, no more delays. Let's get this legislation moved, because something is better than doing nothing at all, which has been happening for far too long in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone who came out today on both sides of this issue. I know that affordable housing always brings out strong views from all of us, and it should be that way because it's the most important issue facing the city. I do think we should move forward today, and I think we should send a strong message that this neighborhood preference legislation is incredibly important in terms of moving our affordable housing policy forward. As President Breed indicated, other cities have been doing this for a long time, and it is way past due for us to do this. This is time sensitive. We're going to be having more and more affordable housing coming online in San Francisco, and the last thing we need to do is to delay this legislation so that we continue to have zero neighborhood preference, because that's the status quo, zero. And a delay in this legislation keeps it at zero and means that we continue not to have any kind of structure to make sure that people who live in neighborhoods have a fair shot of getting into the affordable housing built in that community. I do want to correct, there was, I think, a misstatement made by one of the speakers from the Council of Community Housing Organizations that this is a live-work neighborhood preference. That is not true. This is about residency, not about work. So it's not the case that anyone who works, for example, in District 6 is going to have the same preference as residents. That is inaccurate. This is about where people live. In addition, this is not purely about supervisorial district, because the other aspect of it is it's supervisorial district plus a half-a-mile buffer around the location of the affordable housing project, which is precisely intended to make sure that the surrounding neighborhood, even if you're at the edge of a supervisorial district, is included. And this was very important to me, and I had actually pushed for this when the legislation was being drafted, precisely because, for example, the 55 Laguna project is at the border of Districts 8 and District 5. And as was noted before, LGBT seniors, for example, don't just live in District 8, live in other places as well, even though there is a significant concentration in District 8. So I think we did take that into account in terms of flexibility around supervisorial districts. But I do want to take issue with the notion that supervisorial districts are somehow an inappropriate proxy in terms of making sure that residents of a community have a fair shot of getting into affordable housing in their neighborhood. We know that when supervisorial districts were first drawn, when we went back to district elections, and it's been that way ever since, that supervisorial districts are intentionally designed to keep communities of interest together. And we can see that from the way that they were drawn. Yes, these are political boundaries, but they are boundaries that were drawn in order to keep communities of interest intact and to make sure that communities have representation on the Board of Supervisors. So it is not the case that it's somehow purely political or inappropriate to use supervisorial districts. It's actually a pretty decent proxy for different communities because of the community of interest factor in drawing those districts. So colleagues, this is time sensitive. I continue to support this legislation, and I move that we forward item 1, the neighborhood preference legislation, to the full Board of Supervisors with positive recommendation.
All right, thank you very much. Before we take that motion, let's hear from Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, Chair Cohen. Just wanted to make a couple of comments. So I did have a lot of questions about this ordinance last week, and I do want to thank Mayor's Office of Housing and all the authors of this legislation for working with our office over the week to answer many of them. I overall support the concept of neighborhood preference, and I understand why so many communities would like to see this in place for affordable housing. It is frustrating to see affordable housing being built in your neighborhood and feel that that may not be housing for you. And I think that it's incredibly important that we allow an avenue for that to occur. While I'm not confident that this legislation will address that in its current form, I do support moving this forward so that we can begin the process of figuring out what does work in terms of getting our neighborhood residents into our housing. And I certainly know that in the district that I represent, that our residents do want to win housing in our district, and do. And so this will be a step in that direction. I do want to say around neighborhoods, I think that we should look at a mix of different concepts. I think that for certain parts of the city, a neighborhood may work better, would be more tailored, ensuring that certain neighborhoods get priority for affordable housing. I do have to say in the district that I represent, I would prefer a district preference. I just think with housing being built in the Tenderloin and the South of Market, I would want our residents throughout the district to get preference for those projects. I just don't think our district is that big. And I certainly would want our residents in Treasure Island to be able to qualify for affordable housing in the district as well, as we are not certain how the development on Treasure Island will go in terms of its timeline and its financing. So I will be supporting this out of committee today, but I do want to say that I want to work very closely with many of the stakeholders that came today in terms of how we can better fine-tune this legislation over the next, hopefully next couple of weeks, with both the authors that are here today. And hopefully we can continue to fine-tune this legislation, not in months to come or in a year when we evaluate this, but actually much sooner than that. So thank you again to everyone that has been involved. I think this is a very important discussion, and I'm glad that we are now starting the policy implementation to make this a reality.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Kim. We appreciate your support in moving this item out of committee. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to take a moment and recognize all the advocates that have come out in the Mayor's Office of Housing that have put their time and energy into this. What you see here today is the culmination of, quite frankly, a few years' worth of work and due diligence on the neighborhood level as well as on the department level. Oftentimes it's misframed that when an item comes to us or it's in the Planning Commission and it comes to the board that we are rushing this through. We've been working on this for a very, very long time. And I also want to remind people that are in the audience that have been on the forefront and advocating for Black Lives Matter and have been on housing in the Mission Moratorium. It is that same spirit of urgency and sense of almost desperation that we are crying out, and we're bringing this legislation forward so that we can address with immediacy the current crisis that is at hand. Now, I know the city can get things done in a very smart and thoughtful way. I want to see this city continue, and this board continue to move with the same urgency and diligence as we have done with the LGBT community. Remember, 10 years ago, it was not legal. Same-sex marriages were not considered legal, and here we are 10 years today, and it is very much so legal. And yes, it was challenged, but yes, we prevailed, and it started right here in San Francisco. Why should we not? Why should we not be at the forefront of affordable housing? This issue that we're dealing with in San Francisco is not unique. There are major urban cities that are dealing and addressing similar challenges. And I want to assure you that we have done our due diligence of authors of this legislation. We've met with Speaker Pelosi. We've met with Julian Castro and his staff. We've met with the Mayor's Office of Housing. We've met with legal advisors. We've met with community members. And that doesn't mean that the meetings stop. That actually means that they continue to go forward so that we can continue to better our best. The beautiful thing about legislation is that it's fluid and it's dynamic, and if we don't get it right, we come back to the table and we do it again until it is right. And if we could get a higher percentage, I'd be the first one advocating for it, but there are very real legal constraints that prevent us from doing this. Please trust us and understand that 100% most certainly sounds nice, but it's simply not feasible, and I assure you that 40% is still very, very aggressive. I also want to correct the record and acknowledge that there are thousands of units that have already gone to market, and there are thousands of units that are teed up, and even more, tens of thousands in the future. We must address this right now. It is urgent, or we will miss it. And we cannot. We owe the people that have been pushed out of the city the urgency and the immediacy of our attention on this item. So, Madam Clerk, there is a motion that Supervisor Wiener has made. I'd like to second that motion, and let's do a roll call vote, please.
On the motion to send out item number 1 with a positive recommendation, Member Kim?
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Madam Chair, you have 3 ayes.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this motion passes unanimously. All right, let's transition the chamber as quickly as possible. We have an aggressive agenda for the Land Use Committee. We got to get started from items 2 through 4. Please leave the chamber quickly and quietly. All right, Madam Clerk, could you please call items 2, 3, and 4 together?
Yes. Item numbers 2, 3, and 4 are ordinances amending the general plan, planning code, and zoning map to create the 5th and Mission Special Use District and reclassify height and bulk limits, and approving a development agreement with 5M Project LLC for the 5th and Mission project.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear opening remarks from Supervisor Kim, and then we will have a short staff presentation from the Mayor's office. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Chair Cohen. Earlier this year, I worked with the Giants to establish 40% affordability for housing built on public land. Today, we are setting a new standard. I like to say that 40 is the new 30 when it comes to affordable housing, whether you're building on public, and now I can say today, private land. I have been a big proponent and supporter of both growth and development in San Francisco, but we have to ensure that we are building for San Franciscans. When the majority of San Franciscans qualify for affordable housing, 60% of our residents qualify for affordable housing, that is who we should be building for. We need to be ensuring that in all of our projects that we are building more affordable housing, not just luxury housing. I've heard incredible frustration from San Franciscans who are excited about all the new housing that was being built throughout the city, but in particular my district. But then when the units came online, we're heavily disappointed that they could not afford to rent or buy these new units. I'm proud to announce today that Forest City and Hearst has committed to building 40% affordable and middle-income housing as part of the 5M project, the first private project to make this extraordinary commitment. The project will now build 601 market-rate units and 241 affordable and middle-income housing. This includes, as previously negotiated with the Mayor's office, 71 units of family units at Eddy and Taylor, a project which has been languishing since 2008, approved in 2009, but lacked the funding to move forward for many years. This 103-unit affordable family housing project is shovel-ready, and 5M will provide the final funding needed to ensure that this project moves forward. I'm also very excited to announce that 30 of these units will be dedicated to formerly homeless families. As we know, families are becoming increasingly the face of our homeless population here in San Francisco, but also throughout the nation in cities like New York and LA. We need to do more to ensure that we are building housing for this demographic. This project will also ensure 83 units of senior housing at 967 Mission, land currently owned by the project sponsor. The project sponsor will deed this land to the city and ensure all the construction dollars to build this project. Finally, as I announced earlier today, there will be an increase of on-site affordable units to 87 at the rental housing project, which will be permanently affordable for the life of these units. These units will be dedicated to our middle-income households. 17 units dedicated to households making 100% of average median income, 35 units at 120% of average median income, and finally, 35 units at 150% of AMI. There's also written assurance that there will be 2-bedroom units at each of these income brackets. This range of average median income covers a broad range of families in San Francisco, from formerly homeless families to restaurant, hotel, and other service industries, to nonprofit workers that are getting displaced from the neighborhoods that they are serving, to teachers, nurses, and even middle-income office workers. I've heard from countless executive directors from Hospitality House to Todco that they are reaching an emergency point amongst their staff, not because of budget cuts as in years past, but because their workers are leaving their long-term jobs serving the neighborhood because they cannot afford to live here. And they are moving so far away, not just to Oakland as they did 10 years ago, but so much farther that they cannot afford to commute to San Francisco. To give an example of who we are building for in this project, I want to give a number so people understood what this meant. For a household of 3, for 2 parents and 1 child, we are building housing for those households that are making $45,850 to $91,700 to $110,000, all the way up to $137,000. What is extraordinary is that we live in a city where many of these households that are high-wage earners can't afford to live in San Francisco, and that is why it is so important for us to build a wide range of housing. While San Francisco has done a decent job of building low-income and working-class housing, we have done a dismal job of building middle-income housing, and I'm proud that both these projects, Seawall Lot 337 and 5M, will be committing to ensuring that we will be building for a broad range of families here in San Francisco. I want to acknowledge Forest City and Hearst Corporation for working closely with my office to reach this deal. In fact, I should add the project sponsor was eager to get to 40% and did not fight us on this. I think what we were spending a lot of time on were the details, but they worked hard to dig deep to ensure that there was a range of income brackets who would be eligible for housing built by 5M, not just the highest income brackets possible that would have been eligible as affordable. I also appreciate their commitment to building a project within the Youth and Family SUD, which commits to goals set within the SUD, committing to building 2-bedroom units at each of the AMI brackets. I also want to acknowledge the Mayor's Office of Economic and Workforce Development, in particular Ken Rich and Ann Topier, who ensured that before this project even came to the Planning Commission, that the development included 33% affordable housing, as the Mayor and my office had put forward to the voters with Proposition K last November. I think getting us to that goal already from the get-go really eased the negotiations over the last month to ensure that we got to 40%. The 5M site, with its large footprint and collection of existing historic and non-historic structures, presents a unique development opportunity in a part of the city that is near the downtown core, well served by public transit, which brings me to 5M's next big commitment today: cutting in half the parking ratio for both the residential rental building and the office building, in line with our Transit First policy. This makes a concept a reality by building a project close to transit, which actually reduces the number of parking spots, ensuring less car trips in a neighborhood that is overwhelmed by gridlock today. We want developments that are in alignment with the goals of our goal of residents and workers who utilize healthier and safer modes of transportation. That includes walking, biking, and public transit, and of course, healthy car and bike share. There is now, I will be making an amendment later today, reducing the total number of parking spots of approximately 132 spaces, from 463 spots to 331. This is an important element in supporting Vision Zero and ensuring that streets in the South of Market prioritize pedestrians, cyclists, and transit riders. Hitting a 0.25 parking ratio in the residential parking in the rental residential housing unit is really a strong commitment from the developer to ensure that we have more residents that aren't car drivers in this neighborhood. Finally, as the Mayor's Office of Housing Economic Development will be presented, there is a myriad of public benefits that will serve both our arts organizations, youth and family organizations through open space, community organizations, and South of Market's only public school, Bessie Carmichael K-8, along with commitments to the Filipino Social Cultural District and the Old Mint. Because there will be a lengthier presentation, I will not go through each of those together. I will be submitting a series of amendments at the end of the hearing, codifying the obligations of the development agreement in the SUD. This ensures that the critical community benefits described in the DA are tied directly and concretely to the rezoning of the site. This also ensures that along with the new zoning controls, the South of Market community is ensured delivery of benefits like the 40% affordable housing, front-loading the affordable housing fees so that Eddy and Taylor can get constructed as quickly as possible, dedicating land for the affordable senior housing building, the contribution of the historic dumpster building to affordable nonprofit art space, new public open space, and investments in pedestrian safety and transportation improvements. I should also add that 5M has committed to paying the existing TIDF fees for its office building and paying 50% of TSF fees for its residential buildings, ensuring that they are committed to our capital improvements for transit improvements throughout the city. So with no further comments, I'd like to hand this over, I believe, to Director John Ram and then to the Mayor's Office of Economic Development. But before that, Supervisor Wiener has some comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Briefly before we go to staff report, first of all, I want to congratulate the project sponsor and the city and the community for the increase in affordability, and particularly for having an affordable housing program that has a great mix of low income, moderate income, middle income. It's a major win to be moving in that direction. And I'm particularly heartened because it was just a few years ago that it was considered controversial at this Board of Supervisors to even talk about moderate or middle income housing. We had some very contentious hearings where some housing advocates who were telling us that we really shouldn't even be talking about middle income housing. We actually even had a debate at the Board of Supervisors where some of my colleagues contended that the range 120 to 150% of AMI, which is middle income housing, shouldn't be even called middle income housing. It was above moderate income housing. And so there was a squeamishness in this building by some to even talk about middle income housing. And the fact that over just a few years later, we're not just talking about middle income housing, but we have projects that are delivering middle income housing in addition to low income housing is just a tremendous step forward. And I think it's a big victory for housing policy in San Francisco. But I also want to note another, I think, groundbreaking aspect of this project, which is that this project will be paying full freight when it comes to transit impact development fees, really at the level of the transit sustainability fee. That has not been the case in the past. In fact, of course, last Tuesday we passed the transit sustainability fee that for the very first time ever will require in the future that residential developments actually pay transit fees. For the last 35 years, unless there was a development agreement and an actual agreement, there was no requirement for residential development to pay any transportation related fees. This project actually would not have had to pay full transit sustainability fees because it's up for approval now. And the TSF won't go into effect, of course, for some time. And so this is very important. And in fact, I early on had conversations with the developers and with city staff to make clear that this project absolutely needed to pay full transit sustainability fee. And we had seen a series of projects particularly in the South of Market area. The last one was the 706 Mission Project, where they were not paying any transit impact fees. And I sat down with city staff at the time, I think this was maybe a year and a half or 2 years ago, and I said it's going to be very, very hard for me to support any significant projects that don't pay their transit impact fees. And I want to thank city staff for taking that request by me seriously and by bringing forward this project where it is paying its full freight in terms of transit impact fees. And I want to thank the developer for agreeing to that. So this is a significant step forward, and I think it sets a great tone going forward to make sure that our projects in the city are paying into this fund, because we know that any kind of housing creates transit impacts, and we need to make sure that our public transportation system, as well as access by pedestrians and cyclists, that it all keeps up with development in the city. So with that, at this point, Supervisor Kim, I think we'll go to the Office of Economic Workforce Development.
I believe it's actually John Ram who's speaking as the planning director.
Right.
I should actually note, and I appreciate your comments on middle income housing, that this project is committed to building 33% affordable housing. The middle income housing is on top of that. And so they are still hitting the Prop K commitment of ensuring that 1/3 will be affordable to 60% of our residents. But on top of that, committing to 7% for some of what we consider be in any other city higher middle income housing households. But because of the crisis that we are currently we have here in San Francisco, we need to be building subsidized units for this class as well. I should also finally mention, as we talk about years past, in years past it was controversial even to get developers to build to 15% affordable housing on site. And I just really want to say that we have come a long way to getting to 40%. And it has just really been heartwarming for me to be able to work with developers that really want to make sure that we are building housing where close to half the units are going to be for residents here in San Francisco. Thank you. Director Ram.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors. John Ram with the Planning Department. Supervisor, if 40 is the new 30, having just turned 60, I'd like to say that 60, I think, is maybe the new 50 or maybe the new 40. So if it applies to age, I'm there with you. Thank you for giving us the time today. There's a number of speakers that would like to speak to you today, so I won't go over the details of the project, but would like to talk to you about why the staff and the Planning Commission supported the project in its form that it was in when the Commission saw the project a few weeks ago. And as you know, what is one of the unique elements of this project is that it is a 4-acre site in single ownership, which is pretty unusual for this part of town. And the proposed project includes about 1.7 million square feet, about half housing, half residential, and significantly about an acre of publicly accessible open space, both at ground level and on the roof of the Chronicle building. There's a number of public benefits, of course, which are embedded in the development agreement that you'll hear about from OEWD staff shortly. And I won't go into the details of that, except to say that there are a significant range of both financial contributions and other benefits that the project is proposing. Most importantly for my comments today, given the size and scope of this project, why did the planning staff and the Planning Commission support the project as proposed? And I want to acknowledge that there are a number of members of the community who have spoken to us and at the Planning Commission who are very concerned about changing the zoning to allow projects of this size. We don't consider that a small task, and we don't consider that lightly. Changing the planning code, particularly in the downtown, is not something we do very often. And I want to acknowledge their concerns about that, but then talk about why we think it's important and necessary and, in fact, desirable in a project like this. First, as I mentioned earlier, the site consists of largely underutilized buildings and surface parking lots in single ownership of 4 acres, which is highly unusual and allows us to plan a unified kind of master plan for a site of this size. It allows us greater flexibility in the arrangement of buildings. It allows us to amass open space in quantities that can be more useful and more publicly accessible. Secondly, we believe it is compatible with the surrounding built form. The Intercontinental Hotel is right across the street. It is nearly 400 feet in height in its current form. And it actually allows us to mass the buildings near 5th Street so that 5th Street is actually lined by buildings of comparable size and height. Thirdly, it is close to very high-capacity transit. It's a block from the Powell Street station, including, of course, both BART and Muni, and, of course, near the future Central Subway station as well. And I will say that of the 4 stations on Market Street in the BART system, the Powell station is not one that is having capacity issues and, in fact, does have capacity for future growth. Fourthly, this site is a transition. It is on the edge, the western end of downtown, and it was designated, most of the site was designated as C3S by the downtown plan in 1985. But it does represent the western end of that site. And the arrangement of buildings on this site and the location of the open space and the adjacency of lower historic buildings to the west of this site do help us guarantee that the buildings of this size will not continue to the west until we get closer to Van Ness Avenue. Fifthly, the project does contain huge amounts of affordable housing and market rate housing, and as Supervisor Kim just mentioned, now 40%. And that's through a combination of course, on-site inclusionary land dedication and funding for off-site units, which are within about a quarter of a mile of the site. Next, the project does have very detailed design guidelines that would be adopted as part of your package. The D for D, as we call it, incorporates a much higher level of design scrutiny than we would typically get in projects of this type downtown. And it allows us to, over time, make sure that the design excellence is maintained on this project. The public benefits, as you will hear in a moment, are meet and well exceed what could be done under current zoning. Under current zoning, we are subject to the limits established in Proposition C, which is only 12% on site, and so it's very important that to recognize that the change in the zoning and the increase in density on this site substantially allows us to increase the affordable housing numbers on this site. Next item I wanted to mention is relationship to the Central SOMA plan. There has been concerns raised about that. The project predates our work on the Central SOMA plan, but it absolutely supports the goals of that plan, and it includes transit-oriented growth, extensive open space, development impacts through fees, and in-kind improvements, and shaping the urban form. It is absolutely consistent with the goals and direction of that plan, and there is very little inconsistency at all between those two documents. Obviously, the project adds office and retail spaces that would contribute to the employment base of the city and bolster the viability of downtown at a moment when the office space is reaching capacity downtown. And finally, the public open space that it will provide is a very extensive system of open spaces, but most importantly, they're large enough spaces to be useful and available to both users of the project itself and the public. So for those reasons, both the Planning Commission and the planning staff have supported this project, and of course the Commission voted recently to do that. Now I'd like to introduce Kevin Guy, who is the project manager of this project for the department. I would like to publicly thank Kevin for being here today. As you may know, he is no longer with the department, but has agreed to come back and make this presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ram. Again, I'm Kevin Guy, formerly with the Planning Department. So good afternoon, committee members. The items before your consideration today are the legislative components associated with the project. So these are specifically the general plan amendments, the planning code amendments, zoning map amendments, and the development agreement that are necessary to implement the 5M project. So just for a brief recap on the stats of the project would demolish several existing buildings, retain 3 existing buildings and a portion of a 4th, and construct 3 new buildings with roof heights ranging from 250 feet up to 450 feet. So the completed project would contain approximately 690 dwelling units, 808,000 square feet of office uses, 68,700 square feet of active ground floor retail uses, as well as off-street parking, bike parking, and a package of streetscape, public realm improvements, and publicly accessible open space. So for a little chronology, beginning in 2013, a series of hearings were held with the Planning Commission and the Historic Preservation Commission to solicit comments on the project's environmental review and to provide informational updates on the status of the project's evolution. On September 17th of this year, the Planning Commission and the Recreation and Park Commission held a joint hearing for the various entitlement actions on the project. At that hearing, the Planning Commission certified the EIR, approved office allocations and conditional use authorizations, adopted a design for development document to guide the future development of the project, and recommended approval of the legislative actions that are before the committee today. The Planning and Recreation and Park Commissions also took actions to raise the cumulative shadow limit for Bodecker Park and determined that the shadows cast by the project on that park would not be adverse to the use of that space. On October 19th, an appeal was filed regarding the certification of the EIR, the approval of the conditional use authorizations, as well as the office allocations for the project. So these are on calendar to be considered by the full Board of Supervisors next Thursday. The Planning Commission also made several recommended changes to the legislation associated with the project. With respect to the special use district and the zoning map amendments, I'm going to summarize these recommended changes. The first was to amend the language of the SUD to clarify that active retail, office, educational, or cultural uses are permitted on the ground floor of any existing historic building or in the proposed new H1 building that fronts on Howard Street. The amendments would also collect some minor clerical changes to several of the zoning maps being amended. It would add requirements for conditional use authorizations for the uses identified as requiring conditional use in the SOMA Youth and Family SUD, except that restaurants are among this list that would not be required to seek conditional use authorization within this proposed SUD. There would be a requirement for conditional use authorization for any formula retail uses. And finally, requirements that individual buildings with residential uses meet the minimum 40% two-bedroom or 30% three-bedroom dwelling unit mix requirements. The Commission also recommended several changes to the proposed development agreement. This would require payment of $300,000 to study the adoption of a Filipino cultural heritage district. Require that the Planning Department issue a periodic analysis of displacement within a quarter-mile radius around the project. Recommend that the board establish a stabilization fund to prevent and address any residential and/or commercial displacement. Recommend that the board increase funding for, quote, small site acquisition. And finally, that the sponsor continue to recognize the need for and consider incorporation of a future child care facility within the project. So this concludes my portion of the presentation. Laura Cresciamano with Site Lab will now present an overview of the design for development and the overall site planning and design principles for the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have a presentation.
Hello, I'm Laura Cresciamano with Site Lab Urban Studio. Let's see. We can have the slides.
Oh, it's over.
Thank
There it
you.
is.
So this project was begun in about 2008, and I've been fortunate enough to work on it actually since 2009. In that time, we've had 186 or so community meetings and tours. The first community meeting started in 2009, and the first time that the massing and the design was shown to the public was in 2011, just in advance of filing the EEA. It's been a very iterative and collaborative process with the City Planning Department and the MTA and the Office of Economic Development, as well as with community stakeholders. We've spent 7 years studying and understanding what can happen on this site and how it can meet all of the goals across multiple stakeholders. And I would say through all of the iterations over 7 years and getting to the project that we have before you today, there have been 4 key principles or focus areas. That is creating a phenomenal public open space, really emphasizing and prioritizing the historic buildings and alleyways, creating density at this transit-rich location through a balanced mixed-use program. As John already mentioned, it is a really unique site, particularly in this kind of location of downtown. It is 4 acres with half that are surface parking lots, no residential units on it, and in terms of retail, 1 small coffee shop. In terms of the context and the future of this part of San Francisco, it fits into the overall city plans where you see the height peaking with the future Transbay Tower and then tapering down. And this project in itself creates part of that transition, as John mentioned. So going from the downtown to more of Western Sonoma, we physically embedded into the design of the project that transition. And as I'll talk about later, literally devoted half of the site to open space and historic buildings and half to the new construction. The site is also interesting in that it is at this location of the convergence of many different neighborhoods and area plans. That means that this project, while it needs to both perform to align with all of these goals, as John mentioned, but it also needs to embody its role as being at a crossroads. And that is really part of what drove the entire project from the beginning. We looked at what it means to develop a project that uses the downtown form and the sense of the downtown that it's a part of, and also the surrounding context to the west. And so the variety and the grain and the mix of uses. And you can see immediately around the site, you have both the Intercontinental Hotel and the Fifth and Mission Garage, as well as, interesting small alleyways and street art. In terms of the planning, we began from the idea of the Mission Street corridor, where there are a number of small alleys and open spaces that branch off, and particularly many of them are embedded with historic buildings, but they seem to fade out as you go past 4th Street, and there isn't as much open space. And we were interested in how we could build off of that, as well as the work that had been done around the old Mint and Mint Plaza. Specifically, we first started with deciding to protect the Chronicle building and protect the alleyway pattern on the site, and build off of the pairing of the Chronicle building and the old Mint. But then create connections and really turn the alleyways into pedestrian accessible areas with the public realm surrounding these historic buildings to create this network of open spaces that would link through the site. Then when it comes to shaping density on the site, there are a couple of drivers. First, from an urban perspective, we wanted to locate the largest buildings adjacent to the largest streets. So 5th Street and Howard Street, those are also pushing towards the downtown edge, so that the site allows a kind of transition in itself from the downtown scale to the Western Somer scale. At the same time, we also were managing and refining to make sure that we were responding to all the climate conditions, and in particular, actually improving wind conditions in the area and maximizing daylight on the open spaces. Through all this work, we came to the proposal that was first analyzed in the EIR that you see here. As a result of that, we got quite a bit of feedback through community stakeholders, including groups like TIDCO, that we heard a consistent theme of a desire for the preservation alternate that was analyzed in CEQA and for less density and more open space. When we studied the different ways to respond to this, we looked at options that reduced height, but we also looked at options that removed the center building, which was in the end the preferred option and reflects most closely the preservation alternate, to create the revised project, where you see here the middle building is removed, allowing us to maintain the Cameline historic building and double the open space on the ground. As part of the project, there's also an emphasis on the ground plane and the connections between the open space, including the public elevator that will be added to the Chronicle building for public access to the rooftop. Added to the project since that time was also the emphasis on affordable housing, in particular being able to dedicate a parcel that is 2 doors down for senior housing, and that has been established for the development through the Mayor's Office of Housing. So as I mentioned, the site as a whole then becomes essentially over 50% downzoned, if you will, to basically 0, which is the open space, and mapped to the historic buildings so that those are guaranteed to be retained, and then upzoned in the area of the 3 new construction buildings. But creating the public realm isn't just about the open spaces, it's also about the ground floor. So through the D4D, which John mentioned, we have a number of controls beyond what is standard in the planning code around building entries, transparency, storefront design, as well as the uses that were mentioned. Altogether, then, it creates a system that both feeds the alleyways and the circulation as well as the perimeter streets. And as part of this, Forest City has also worked with CAST, the nonprofit Art Stabilization Trust, to steward the 447 Minna Dempster building, which can become a place for artists and nonprofits and can use these open spaces as a platform. So here you see that building in its current state. And here you see that building and the open space as we envision it in the future. And I'll just show some imagery of how this project comes together, where the Mission Street residential reflects some of the ideas of the texture and design articulation, and that's something that's the detail that's in the D4D that has been added to this project, as well as the pedestrian-only North Mary, which links the pedestrian from Mission Street into the central open space. Natoma Street, which has already seen some improvements, and this will extend those, and the contrast of new and old, of the Cameline and the new residential building. The high-rise of the residential, which frames the Chronicle Tower and also has increased articulation. as well as the city in the skyline, the project in the city skyline. And we see here how some of the new buildings start to contextualize the Intercontinental as well, which previously was an isolated high-rise in that location. From Potrero View, and then from essentially I-80, looking at downtown with this project incorporated, and specifically that the project itself, as part of an SUD and a 4-acre planning effort, is able to bridge the downtown form to the bridging down to the lower rise of the context. So I'll leave you with these 4 principles as we've maintained, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you. And I think now I'll hand it over to Ann Topier.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Ann Topier, and I'm a project manager in the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. I'm going to walk through the key elements and public benefits of the development agreement as they were approved at the Planning Commission on September 17th. However, in the 6 weeks since those approvals, the negotiations with the developer and the city have continued to evolve, both through the recommendations of other city commissions, as well as ongoing community and advocacy input, and further negotiations with members of this board, in particular all 3 members of this committee. As we are all aware, the Planning Commission hearings generated an unprecedented amount of comment and feedback. The past 6 weeks have provided time for the city family to consider recommendations, identify opportunities, and I think most importantly, work collaboratively to find ways to strengthen our agreement. I want to commend the developer, Forest City, and the 5M LLC partnership for their eagerness to continue these negotiations and work with the city to present an even more robust benefits package to this committee today. The development agreement is a legally binding contract between the city and the developer that grants vested rights to the developer for the term of the DA, which in this case is 15 years. In return, the city is able to negotiate public benefits, both physical and financial, that the developer would not otherwise be required to provide under existing zoning. Once approvals by the Board of Supervisors have been finally granted, only then may the developer move forward to implement this project. If at any point 5M LLC should sell one or more of the parcels within the project site, all of the entitlements, conditions, controls, and obligations run with the land. Any developer taking on the ownership of one or more of the parcels also takes on the physical and design elements, as well as the benefits, responsibilities, and obligations of the approved project. If for any reason 5M LLC or any other developer who takes control of the site wants to make significant modifications to the height, density, design elements, or development agreement, they would be required to reappear in front of the Planning Commission, followed by the Board of Supervisors, to request new approvals for any changes. In other words, any changes to the development agreement, the D4D, or the SUD that are not consistent with the approved project will be required to begin this process all over again. In your packet, you received a spreadsheet entitled Exhibit D. This exhibit provides a breakdown of the developer's financial obligations and the city's funding distribution of these dollars by building. Each building will pay all of the existing development impact fees as set forth in City Code, as well as an additional negotiated amount that we call the community benefit fee. The project will generate a total of approximately $73,500,000 in developer fees and benefits that will be distributed to a number of programs, including contributions to the Old Mint, the Bessie Carmichael School, workforce, and youth development programs. On top of these payments, the developer will also donate the 12,000 square foot Dempster building located on site to be used for permanently affordable arts and cultural spaces. Because the project is located on land that was 100% privately owned and the costs are 100% privately financed, we needed to identify the best impact fee structure that we currently have available in order to properly assess the public benefits associated with the upzoning required to build out the site. So we looked to the Transit Center District Plan as the guide because it generates the greatest fees for high-rise structures. This pie chart illustrates this basic structure. The C3 base fees plus Transit District Overlay are distributed through the development agreement and yield the total public benefits program. We took the $61.7 million in base C3 fees, represented in blue, and added the purple circle representing the $11.8 million in Transit District fees. Using the DA, we combined the total contribution of over $73,500,000 and distributed it to the public benefits program illustrated by the completed green pie. In light of the current housing situation in San Francisco, a key priority for the project is to generate as much affordable housing as quickly as possible. This project, as it was approved by the Planning Commission, is the first to have achieved the city's 33% affordable housing target by generating 212 new units of affordable housing within a quarter mile of the project site. As Supervisor Kim outlined, we have now expanded that program to achieve 40% affordable housing by generating a total of 241 new affordable units through a combination of 3 different housing elements. First, the developer will provide $18 million to fund the gap for the 168 through 186 Eddy Family Housing Project. The TNDC will provide 103 units of family housing at AMI levels ranging from 25% for formerly homeless families to 50% AMI. The funds for this project will be contributed from the first building built on the project site. Secondly, the project will dedicate a parcel of land adjacent to the project site along with $21.5 million for 83 permanently affordable senior housing units. The project will also comply with the local preference program. Finally, the M2 rental building was originally intended to be an 80-20 project providing 58 affordable units. This component of the affordable housing package has evolved significantly since planning approved, largely due to Supervisor Kim's work with the project sponsor as well as further input by several members of this board. As a result, as outlined by Supervisor Kim, we now have an M2 building that will have a total of 87 below market rate units ranging from 100 to 150% AMI and achieving a residential building with 30% on-site affordability. In addition to the $1.5 million fee obligation to Downtown Park Fund, the project sponsor will build over an acre of publicly accessible open space on site, including the 26,000 square foot park located on Mary Street and another 22,500 square feet located on the Chronicle building. 37,000 square feet of this space is above the code requirement. A major contribution to the arts and nonprofit office space generated by this project is the developer's donation of the 12,000 square foot Dempster building to the Community Arts Stabilization Trust, also known as CAST. The Dempster building is a historic resource and the focal point of 5M's open space. 60% of the 1% arts contribution will be distributed through the Arts Commission to CAST for capital expenditure to renovate the building. The remaining 40% will be contributed to competitive grant funding for public art and cultural programming throughout the 5M site. In addition to the $5.4 million fee, 5M will make a contribution of $600,000 to the Arts Commission to be used for the nonprofit arts facilities funds and distributed by the Arts Commission through a competitive process. Consideration will be given to organizations with a demonstrated track record of either advising nonprofit arts and cultural institutions in the SoMa area on facilities-related issues, including working with high-risk and/or disadvantaged populations, or providing direct services on facilities-related issues in the SoMa area. The program generates $1.5 million for workforce development programs. These dollars will be used for job readiness, barrier removal, and specialized training programs for both construction jobs and end users. $400,000 of this money is targeted to provide services to disadvantaged adults and individuals who are either formerly or currently homeless. The project sponsor will also participate in the city's First Source hiring program and set LBE targets according to the city's contract management division. Finally, the project will generate 1,200 construction jobs and 3,150 permanent full-time jobs. $3.5 million of the $6.8 million in youth development dollars are above the baseline impact fees. These dollars are divided into 3 contributions, including a contribution to Rec Park to kick off the fundraising efforts to renovate the Gene Friend Recreation Center, a $1 million contribution supporting the Bessie Carmichael School to be used for after-school and summer programs, faculty training and development, and on-site student support and tutoring. The remaining $1.5 million will be distributed for the expansion, stabilization, capital improvements, and/or technical assistance for nonprofit organizations serving youth and families within the SoMa neighborhood. The total transportation obligation for the project is $12.2 million. We have broken this out into 2 buckets. $8.8 million is the existing Transit Infrastructure Development Fee, or TIDF, which is applied to citywide transit projects at the discretion of MTA. The $3.4 million, which we are calling the TSP contribution, represents the dollar amount that we believe the developer would have been obligated to pay under the new TSF if their approvals had not preceded the TSF implementation. Supervisor Wiener made it clear early on that he could not support a project that did not include the new TSF. This $3.4 million will be used by MTA to fund pedestrian, bicycle, and transit safety projects in the immediate vicinity of the project site, including a mid-block crosswalk connecting Mint Plaza with the future 5M open space. Priority will be given to improvements that address pedestrian and bicycle safety improvements on corridors adjacent to the project site, particularly those that are part of Vision Zero SF. The project sponsor will also maintain a robust transportation demand management program. The project is making a $1 million contribution to the Old Mint. The funds will be used for ongoing due diligence on the long-term restoration project, including comprehensive seismic evaluation of the building. We have been asked to explain how 5M aligns with the proposed Central Soma district, both in benefits and fees. Our office has worked closely with the Planning Department to track the progress of Central Soma and to assure that 5M is on par with Central Soma targets. The Central Soma plan seeks to provide public benefits in 10 distinct buckets. And 5M, under the development agreement, is able to achieve benefits in all 10 targeted areas. The project is able to achieve 40% affordability while maintaining contributions to all of the other targeted benefits, including affordable open office space, over 1 acre of new on-site open space, neighborhood pedestrian and transit improvements, and the preservation of the Dempster, Cameline, and Chronicle buildings. The Central Soma plan anticipates about 22.5 million square feet of new development throughout the entire district. Planning is setting a number of tools to achieve about $2 billion in public benefit revenues, which work out to about $89 in public benefits for every square foot developed. These benefits will be achieved over a 25-year period. When you apply the anticipated Central Soma methodology to this project, 5M yields $90 per square foot of public benefits. More importantly, we are able to tailor the benefits to serve the immediate neighborhood surrounding the project, and we are able to address some of our critical affordable housing needs in the very near future. Finally, I want to draw your attention to the timing of the distributions. In negotiating this deal, the critical need to provide affordable housing as quickly as possible was a primary directive from the mayor. The development agreement provided us with the opportunity to bundle all of the development impact fees from the first building and direct the amount needed to fill the gap for the TNDC affordable housing site. We expect the first building to be the H1 office building, but the development agreement does not require that the buildings be built in any particular order. So we will distribute the building impact fees from the first building, whichever it is, to the TNDC project. The TNDC site will build 103 units of low to very low affordable housing and is shovel ready, but for this last piece of funding. While we expect approximately $500,000 in TSP funds to be distributed to MTA from the first building, the remainder of the transit dollars will be paid to the MTA when the building permits for the second and third buildings are pulled. So while MTA will receive the full code amount of transit impact fees upon project build-out, plus the additional $3.4 million for a total of $12.2 million, the transportation money will be distributed to the MTA primarily from the second and third buildings. So without changing the actual dollar amount owed by any individual building, the development agreement addresses the city's housing needs by front-loading the affordable housing dollars so that we can build it more quickly. We have members from the Planning Department, Steve Wertheim, who is the lead on the Central Soma District. We also have members of Mo here and Workforce. So if you have questions for specific departments on any of this, they are available to answer questions. And that concludes my presentation. So if you have any questions, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't see any colleagues lined up in queue, so let's continue moving forward. Supervisor Kim, is there anything else? If not, we can go to public comment. No? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take public comment at this time. Please, let's see. I have a stack of cards here. Nicole Ferrara, Tom Radulovich, Tony Robles, Dee Dee Workman, and Noah Budnick. You be our first speakers.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Nicole Ferrara, and I'm the executive director of Walk San Francisco. And I just wanted to thank Supervisor Kim and the 5M developers for making some really big, significant improvements in terms of transportation and pedestrian safety. I also want to note that my comments just related to the transportation aspects of this project. And from our perspective at Walk SF, we are really grateful for the developers for cutting the residential rental unit building and the commercial unit building, cutting the parking in half. So they're meeting what are the most progressive standards in terms of parking citywide. And what that means for pedestrian safety is that there will be fewer automobile trips to and from the 5M building, and that in turn means that the streets will be safer for people on foot, because there will be fewer opportunities for crashes, more people on transit, more people using healthy active transportation modes to get around. And SOMA is one of the most dangerous places for people to walk in San Francisco. And so this is a critical neighborhood for strong pedestrian safety improvements. And the other things that the project right now delivers are wider sidewalks on both sides of Howard Street, a new pedestrian safety crossing that connects Mint with Mary Street, shortening some of the long SOMA blocks, and a pedestrianized street along Mary. So we're really excited about those aspects of the project and want to, again, show our appreciation to Supervisor Kim, the developers, and my colleagues that we've been working with at SFBC and Livable City. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Dee Dee Workman from the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber representing over 1,500 local businesses with over 200,000 employees, many who would love to live in San Francisco if they don't already. We strongly support the 5M project. This mixed-use development will provide much-needed housing, including now 40% affordable units, without displacing current area residents. Vacant lots will be filled with new parks and open spaces. Buildings for offices and housing will rise in the downtown core, close to the financial district, businesses, and to public transit, exactly where it belongs. The 5M project will pay over $12 million for transportation infrastructure, pedestrian safety, and streetscape improvements, and generate more than $70 million in community benefits for the nearby SOMA community and across the city. Over 12,000 square feet will be dedicated to arts and education uses, and local historic resources will be preserved and restored. San Francisco needs more projects like this that meet the demands of city businesses and residents while creating thousands of temporary and permanent jobs. The 5M project will serve San Francisco for years to come. The San Francisco Chamber of Commerce supports this project, and we urge the Board of Supervisors to support it as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Noah Budnick from the San Francisco Bicycle Coalition, and I'm here to comment on the proposed 5M project and on the impacts that it'll have on people riding bicycles in San Francisco. We pay special attention to projects along San Francisco's growing bike network and along the high-injury network of streets. These are roads that were identified through the City Department of Public Health's Vision Zero policy, where people are disproportionately injured and killed in collisions with drivers. These are important criteria because the City of San Francisco has set a goal of doubling bike trips in the next 3 years and by eliminating traffic deaths and serious injuries by 2024. That's Vision Zero. And it's projects like 5M that help determine whether or not these goals will be met or not. 5M is bound on three sides by high-injury corridors that are in dire need of safety improvements, and it's also set in a part of the city that's imminently bikeable and walkable if the development supports these ways of getting around. Less driving, more biking, and more walking will help achieve the city's goals. 5M has committed to support protected bike lanes on 5th and Howard Streets and pedestrian safety improvements as well, and it has also lent its support to the community-driven plan for a complete street on 6th. 5M has a TDM plan that will reduce driving trips to the site, and furthermore, as my colleague Nicole mentioned, 5M's commitment to have the number of commercial parking spaces and residential parking spaces will greatly reduce traffic and improve safety for people walking and biking in the neighborhood. 5M has also talked about funding a circulation study that will help set the stage for future improvements that will promote biking and walking and reduce collisions. And in light of the Central SOMA plan, this is particularly important for future developments. 5M has worked in good faith with us to discuss and address the concerns about dangerous traffic and find ways to encourage bike riding. And I also want to thank Supervisor Kim for her championing these issues, especially. It's made a big difference. 5M has made real commitments to counteract our concerns, and it's now up to the city to ensure that they implement them and hold them accountable. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tony Robles. I work with Senior and Disability Action. Senior and Disability Action's board recently, just a few days ago, voted not to endorse or support the 5M project. The project will not only impact the Filipino community, but all the families, youth, and seniors that live in Soma and the surrounding neighborhoods. There have been area plans on the books to protect vulnerable families and youth in Soma since 2008. The area plans are for a neighborhood, not a second financial district. The developers are completely ignoring impacts of traffic, wind, shadow, and open space. Our appeal as Soma South of Market Action Committee shows that their EIR, or Environmental Impact Report, is inadequate, inconsistent, and misleading. There are so many other approvals that are being fast-tracked without real analysis. Working on the ground, working with seniors in Soma as well as the rest of the city, our concern is gentrification and displacement with land values that are looking to skyrocket as a result of this project. We find it dangerous not just for Soma but for the entire city that the planning department has been working with the project sponsor on a project that completely disregards the fact that San Francisco is a planned city with existing zoning. So this circumventing is completely out of line. It's quite discouraging. And as a native San Franciscan of fourth generation, and I know that don't mean a damn thing in this day and age, I got to say personally, by some of the actions that have happened with some of the folks that are making these decisions, I'm personally hurt. I take great offense and disgusted. Thank you.
Scott, I need the rest of the. All right, sorry about that, folks. Let's go ahead and get some more folks teed up. Sylvia Johnson, Andy Blue. I think this is Diane Ruiz, Joseph Smook, and Tina Schaff. It's your turn to speak. Andy?
Hello,
Or
I'm
Sylvia?
Sylvia Johnson, and I've been working on the case for a long time about housing and development, and I think that we have 40% on a lot of our areas and meetings that we work organizations that we need to put in our housing, and 50% have our work areas, and to separate the meetings for people that have bad tempers and stuff. That this is where our crime and our considerations have been going on for too many years, that we need to put this on 36% on our lower ways of our economy and with marketing, and to ride it with all of our economics and schooling with our districts. I put a lot of pages into this to where we have considered a world on all our benefits, that we make more money than what we have been doing with all these economics, which we put 26% in our lower children's act, where they go to school and their benefits, for 42% on all our higher economies, which 72%.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Blue.
Thank you. My name is Andy Blue. I'm here with the Plaza 16 Coalition. We're here in solidarity with the community of Soma. The We believe this project should not be approved. This board should not rush to approve it. There should be a continuance of the first full board hearing until at least December 15th. Whatever changes to the development agreement that have happened, it does not cure the faulty EIR for this project. Quite simply, the EIR fails to adequately describe the project being reviewed. The draft EIR presented two different development schemes that may constitute the project and failed to perform a synonymous comparison of the environmental impacts for each scenario. Revising the project description and analysis at the final EIR stage meant that the public was precluded from commenting on the project and the later prepared analysis. Regarding shadow, the draft EIR also failed to consider the effects on several open spaces heavily used by the public, most specifically the Yerba Buena Children's Area and the Yerba Buena in the north. Forest City has even conceded that the project could have been reconfigured to avoid shadow impacts on Bodecker Park. Regarding traffic, the EIR used an artificially small study for its traffic analysis. The EIR identified impacts at some intersections, but failed to review intersections immediately adjacent to the impacted ones. The EIR failed to consider feasible mitigation for the project's unavoidable traffic impacts, including review of a reduced size project, reducing trip generating uses. The project is getting additional height because it's so rich in transit, so close to transit. Yet, the project will more than double the amount of parking on the site. The EIR also fails to account for the current conditions of the traffic in the area, considering the changes to Market Street and the outdated traffic study. Regarding wind, the wind tunnel effects are forecast to be the most severe towards the interior of the site, where most of the open space.
Okay, thank you. Diane Ruiz, Joseph Smook, Tina Schaff, Caroline Calderon, and Juvi Barbonio.
Hi, my name is Diane Ruiz. I'm with the SOMA Action Committee. Just to pick up where Mr. Blue left off, the our EIR appeal also notes that there's inconsistencies with area plans and policies. The project is inconsistent with the general plan, the Central SOMA plan, Proposition K, regional housing needs allocation, south of Market area plan, zoning code, shadow regulations, numerous city policies, and is vastly out of scale of the existing surroundings. Instead of disclosing the impacts of result if the project were implemented under the current applicable zones and regulations, the draft EIR analyzes the project's impacts under the proposed amendments to the city's codes and regulations, amendments that are tailor-made for the project so the city may zone the project site into compliance. I also want to point out that there has been zero public meetings held by the city prior to any of the hearings that were at City Hall. Considering projects like Pier 70, where Forest City was involved very much in the community, but in this instance, all of this is coming after the fact. A lot of the community contribution has meant that it's been 11 p.m. hearings where we get a minute to talk about our concerns. We didn't even know about what the project would look like until September after the final EIR was given. We had to ask for the developer to extend the view of the project to past street level so it wasn't cut off at the top of the page. That only happened in September. The fact that this process is being fact-tracked in this way without enough public meaningful public contribution to the project is really problematic. It sets a bad precedent for planning in the city. And these things should not be negotiated behind closed doors. They should be done publicly and with considerations of the community concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Diane. Next speaker, please. Joseph Smook, Tina.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Tina Schaff. I'm with Gabriela, San Francisco. I work with San Francisco migrant and immigrant women and families, both in the Excelsior and the SOMA. I'm here to speak in opposition of the 5M project. People in here speaking to slow down the process and approving the 5M project who are here today are not against development, but rather when when profit-driven corporate needs are at the forefront of the city planning, we are facing a problem. In the midst of the rapid increase in the cost of living in San Francisco, affordable housing crisis, and eviction crisis heavily impacting working-class families and communities. This is not just about building affordable housing and filling a quota that the city requires, and all the community benefits to get this project up. This is about genuinely doing community planning with people centered in this planning. The problems that will come out of the project cannot be cured through a development agreement. People-powered community planning is possible, and the SOMA community has been proactive in this regard, and we need this City Hall to ensure that basic needs essential to people's living are prioritized, including housing, jobs, and necessary services that will genuinely serve the community. We need to slow down this process, and more importantly, for the city to invest time in its constituents and more deeply understanding the needs of the community and the potential impacts of the 5M project. This project should not be approved. The board should not rush to approve it. We are still asking for continuance of the first full board hearing until December 15th. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Committee members, Joseph Smook with the South of Market Community Action Network. I'm just wanting to respond to some of the points that were made by the city's chief economist in a report that was dropped on the community just prior to this hearing. Number one, probably the most important point, is that the report states that the development agreement will lead to an affordable housing ratio of 33%. The statement is both inaccurate and misleading. It's inaccurate because according to Section 415 of the Planning Code, a developer is supposed to either pay an inclusionary fee into the city's affordable housing fund or opt to provide the units on site at a rate of 12%. If the units are provided off-site, the rate is 20%, and, I quote, "In no case shall the principal project receive its first certificate of occupancy until the off-site project has received its first certificate of occupancy." There's no commitment in the development agreement for the project sponsor to build those units. All they're doing is providing a site, which may or may not be developed for affordable housing. Next, there's no reference for the remaining funds needed for that senior housing, which is the off-site site, to actually be completed. There's a reference to some gap funding, but not actually providing those units. Next, another fault in the report is that there is a presumption that this project will make office rents and housing prices go down. Yet there's no analysis of how much the units, either for sale or rental, or the office space will actually cost. I don't know how you can project the cost will go down if there's no actual numbers stated by the city's chief economist of how much all of these new features will cost. Next is that the office building is still being proposed for the youth and family zone. I'm guessing that by policy implication this means that we can change for a city's proposed special use district next year. Thank you.
Thank you. The next group of speakers will be Raymond Castillo, Angelica, Catherine, I'm sorry, what? Cabande, Angelica Cabande, Catherine Espana, and Don Falk.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Chuvi Barbonio, Soma resident and a community organizer of the South of Market Community Action Network. I'm here because I have a serious concern about the project Forest City has presented to you. The public review of this project has been inadequate. There were no public meetings hosted by the city, only by the developers. This, unlike other major projects such as the Pier 70. Soma is a long-standing working class and diverse neighborhood. The 5M project does not respect the existing residents and character of the community. The developers and planning talk about creating a new community, which means driving out existing residents. Our community vision has nearly just as much housing and has all the program elements that Forest City has. We have open space, community space. We keep the Dempster and Camelin buildings and have office and ground floor retail. We've been able to do this retaining highest allowable current heights through the project. It respects the youth and family zone and is consistent with the draft SOMA plan. This would mitigate impacts to the community, to wind and shadow, and have 50% affordable housing in keeping with Prof K housing balance. We have put on paper something our community can agree upon and can benefit them in a short and long term. The Board of Supervisors should not rush to approve it. There should be a continuance of the first full board hearing until at least December 15. Thank you.
Thank you. Caroline?
I'd like to play a video.
Okay.
Is that possible?
It's working?
It's almost 20 years.
Can you start,
I like Soma
can you start
they're
the video from the beginning?
here,
And start our time from the beginning too. Okay, Caroline, you ready?
I live here since 1995. It's almost 20 years. I like Soma because there are lots of Filipinos here. And one thing is I am hanging up here in Veterans Equity Center. And the impact of this 5M, for me, because the Filipinos are mostly live here in Soma. What will happen to the Filipinos, especially the seniors, and the future of the Filipino, the children, where will they go if there are big bills here? Kasi nasabi ko, ang reason, matanda na kami, aalis kami na, hindi ini, community. Community. Pag maramihan, alam mo, ako nag-iisa, wala akong anak dito. Malayo sa akin anak ko. May pinsan ako malayo, mga ukla malalayo. Ako nag-iisa dito. Pero, ang iniisip ko, kapakanan ng Pilipino, maganda yung tayo merong Filipino place. O, hindi man maging sabi ko basta maging Manila ito. Gawin natin Manila, wala na yung Manila taon O, ngayon tayo. Uuwi naman ako, hindi yun Hindi mo rin yung maiiwan dito. Hindi tayo matanda. Bata ang isipin natin, hindi yung matanda. Yung matanda, magpapaalamin mo. Paano yung bata maiiwan?
The reason why I showed that video was because our client, she couldn't make it today. But I personally, I work for the Veterans Equity Center, and I am disgusted by how some members of our community are being organized. When you ask them do they support affordable housing, they will say yes. But when you ask them, do they support the building of luxury condos and the hundreds of thousands of office space being built, it's a different answer. So I would just urge you to really listen to some of our other community members and not.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Raymond Castillo. I'm with SAMCAN, Saddle Market Community Action Network. Filipino Americans' families has been under attack in San Francisco for decades. First with Manila Town. They beat us and drag our seniors on the streets at the I Hotel. This is how they treated our World War II veterans. By the late 70s, the I Hotel was almost all left of Manila Town. The expansion of San Francisco's financial district destroyed Manila Town. Then, thousands of Filipinos and other families were kicked out by redevelopment to make way for Yerba Buena. In 1953, nearly 20 blocks of Saddle Market were designated a redevelopment zone. The Yerba Buena redevelopment our area demolished 10,000 residence units and 700 businesses, many of which house or serve low-income Filipinos. The Yerba Buena redevelopment predicted a certificate reference program. Therefore, residents were unable to return to their neighborhood. And many Filipinos also live and work in the Fillmore district, but were displaced during redevelopment. Now in Saddle Market is a working-class neighborhood full of Filipino, Latino, and Black folks. They want to make room for rich people through the 5M project. The 5M project completely disrespects the community planning. They're putting 30 stories offices towers on the youth and family zone. Forest City and Hearst Corporation wants a huge increase in land value by massive zoning. I mean, pretty much, if we let this thing go, we're pretty much telling everybody in San Francisco that as long as you have money to throw around, you can break the rules, you can break the law. Please think about that.
Thank you. Angelica.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Angelica Cabanden. I'm with the South of Market Community Action Network, and we too are asking that the board does not approve this project. If anything, the board should not rush to approve it and continue it until December 15. Instead, what we would like to see from your leadership is to prioritize a budget and legislative analysis report similar to the displacement and demission study that Supervisor Campos requested with the following information. 1, a 2-year, 5-year, and 10-year projection of the SOMA's economic and racial diversity if current demographic trends continue, including a specific focus on the SOMA's Filipino population, families, and low and middle income household. This could also include Black, Latino, and Chinese. Number 2, a 2-year, 5-year, and 10-year projection of the price of 1- and 2-bedroom units in the South of Market if current price housing trends continue. And 3, a pipeline report on what has been built in the Youth and Family Special Use District that is in family housing. Examples are SRO, hotels, and offices. We have a lot of issues with this project. One main thing is it set a precedent for major upzoning and spot zoning along any transit corridor in San Francisco, especially with the central subway to Chinatown and that large sites are exempt from zoning. This will create a second financial district in the heart of the South of Market where majority are working class and low income immigrant residents. 32 and 29-story office towers are on the Youth and Family Special Use District that the SOMA community fought really hard to make sure so we could sustain families in San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick question, Angelica. What's the significance of December 15th? You say you want to...
We're hoping by December 15th, the independent reporting there's an independent reporting from Ted Egan report. We don't feel the report that came out was accurate. If anything, it's not a real analysis. It's to favor the 5M project. And second, the budget and legislative analysis report on displacement. So that's why we're asking for December 15th.
All right, thank you very much, Angelica. Okay, the next speaker will be Catherine Espana, Don Folk, Ben Grant, Randy Rollison, Lara Clark, Carrie something, I'm sorry, I just can't read the penmanship, and Saul Rockman, and Barbara Rockman.
My name is Catherine Hueva Espana, and I'm the Managing Director of Mediate Art Group. We're a small nonprofit art organization which has been in San Francisco since 2003. I'm speaking in strong support of the 5M project. Mediate has been in residence with Intersection for the Arts since its move to 925 Mission Street. We have been greatly enriched by its association with Intersection for the Arts and the 5M project. We've showcased a lot of local artists at performances and exhibitions at Intersection and experimented with spaces like the Minna Street Tunnel. We've been able to meet and collaborate with other artists and nonprofit partners in a way which has been made possible by the 5M project and has ensured our ability to keep our programming accessible and low cost. We are really encouraged and excited about how the arts and culture are being woven into the fabric of the 5M project, and that there will be a permanent hub for arts and cultural organizations as well as individual artists on this site. With so much displacement of arts organizations, this is an important signal that organizations like Intersection and the Community Arts Stabilization Trust, working in partnership with a developer like Forest City, can turn things toward a more positive direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Supervisors, I am Don Falk with TNDC, Tenderloin Neighborhood Development Corporation, and I want to preface my remarks by saying I am speaking for TNDC, but not purporting to speak for TNDC's or the Tenderloin's residents. We, of course, own the receiver site for part of the affordable housing at Eddy and Taylor, where we aspire to build over 100 units of family housing. 30 of those homes will be set aside for homeless families, and an additional 5 will be set aside for households who are headed by people with developmental disabilities. Eddy and Taylor is not atypical in terms of being a site that has languished. We bought it in 2007, and we now aim to start construction in a little bit less than 2 years. Throughout San Francisco and the Bay Area and even the country, there are sites and development capacity to build affordable housing, and what we lack are resources. And so we are starved for funding to build the housing that we're ready to build for low-income people. I also want to express my appreciation to Supervisor Kim for negotiating, and the city for negotiating another 7% affordable housing for the project, and without diminishing the rich array of other community benefits that will come forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Ben Grant?
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Ben Grant. I'm the Urban Design Policy Director at SPUR, a nonprofit research and advocacy organization. I'm here to speak on behalf of the project or in support of the project. We believe that this is the right place for density, given its proximity to major transit and its location in the city and the region. It's a project that shows exceptional urban design with a diverse mix of uses thoughtfully arranged to support a walkable public realm. It's the result of a long and robust public process with significant revision of the project based on community concerns, including additional revision that we heard about earlier in this meeting, bringing the affordable housing up to 40%. It also includes important preservation of historic structures, dedication of space for arts and culture, and a community role in public space design and programming, as well as a progressive transportation approach that supports walking, cycling, and transit. It's hard to imagine a better deal for the city of San Francisco, and I urge you to approve the project without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Randy?
Yes. Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Randy Rollison. I'm the Executive Director of Intersection for the Arts. And something really important happened about 5.5 years ago when the development was being put together is that the sponsors invited the arts in on the ground floor. That is pretty much unprecedented in terms of large-scale developments. Usually, at the very end of things, the 1% for art buys a sculpture, gets put up in the lobby or the courtyard outside of one of these big buildings. You can see countless examples of it around the city. And that's it. They call it a day. The project sponsors really rethought that. They've rethought what the paradigm was for the 1% for art, and they've woven arts and culture into the fabric of this development in a meaningful way and in a long-term way. So we, representing 130 member projects, support this project, and we hope you'll approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Clark?
Hi, my name is Laura Clark. I'm here with Grow SF, and I want to heartily endorse this project. It is exactly what we want to see for urban policy in a transit-rich area, is a dense urban core. This is exactly the kind of development that we need so desperately in this city. People are coming here for jobs and opportunity every single day. And if we do not create the housing that they so desperately need, the crisis is going to get worse. We have watched this city prices escalate and escalate and escalate. And I call back to a great proverb: the best time to build housing was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. We need housing, and we need it in these great, dense places close to public transportation, along with parks and art. I don't know what more you could ask for from a project, frankly. This seems like a no-brainer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Carrie, followed by Saul, followed by Barbara.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Motamedi. I'm with Tech Shop, which fully supports the 5M project. Tech Shop is a community-based makerspace that provides open access to all ages so people have resources to learn and make things and be part of a community. We provide STEM and STEAM programming to kids in schools. We provide advanced manufacturing training to veterans. In San Francisco, our 1,000+ members and staff could all benefit from nearby affordable housing. Our membership and community is artists, entrepreneurs, teachers, students, veterans, seniors, and other members in the local community who want safe public access to arts and culture, learning opportunities. Our members have created projects that have launched small and large businesses, created jobs, and contributed to their local communities. We have members who have gone from homeless to business owners because of access to resources and training. We have 8 locations in major cities across the U.S., and we're very thoughtful about the cities that we go into and the neighborhoods we go into and consider things such as access to public transportation and a diverse community. The 5M vision to include arts and culture, in addition to affordable housing, directly aligns with our mission to create a diverse, engaged community that can thrive. So again, we fully support this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Saul Rockman. Sorry.
Thank you.
And then followed by Barbara Rockman. After Barbara will come Soroko Campos, Chris. Sorry, I can't read your last name, Chris. Begins with a D. Teresa Imperial. Robert Marquez. Vivian Arguello. Nomi Soen. Please.
Okay. My name is Saul Rockman. I'm a resident of SOMA and working with SOMCAM and SMAC. I want to talk about traffic, but before I do, I want to make a couple of comments about things that continually trouble me. One is the misleading portrayal of the open space by the 5N organization for our city and its support by the city planner. The presentation of the open space shows greenery. There's no green. It's a hard surface, very dark since it's surrounded by large buildings, space similar to Mint Plaza, which is not a beautiful space that encourages interactions with the community, with children, with families. The second thing is the notion of the transition in height from downtown to central SOMA. There is no transition. The buildings, the enormous buildings that are being proposed, are so out of scale with the neighborhood and are larger than 80% of the buildings in the central downtown area. The central business district is much more welcoming to the kind of programs that 5M is proposing. I do worry about, however, the small streets, Mary, Minna, Natoma, because people who live on those streets, work on those streets, are among the frail, the elderly, people who live in SROs, people who are drug users. But those streets, Minna and Natoma, are going to have more than 800 trips a day during rush hour. And that makes it a really unsafe area. There's no reason for this to be a thoroughfare, and MTA needs to reconsider how they're planning the circulation for that area to remove a lot of cars from those two alleys. Otherwise, it's going to be an increasingly dangerous area.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. You don't look like Barbara.
No, I'm not Barbara. Madam Chair, I believe you might have called my name earlier, but I was taken away at another meeting.
Please.
I'm Donald Justin, resident here in the City of San Francisco, and also a member of SF-BARF. And I just want to reiterate, this is a time with the housing crisis that we have, that we need to stop demonizing Forest City, the developer who is local, who's been in the city for 25 years, and they have been taking a lot of care and sensitivity for community outreach with this particular project. And this particular project makes the neighborhood more livable. The 5M project conserves land and is of sufficiently density to support frequent transit service and neighborhood serving businesses, Mixed use, the 5M project provides a mix of housing, workplaces, and neighborhoods serving shops and services. Diverse, the 5M project offers housing choices suited to all types of households and household incomes, providing a range of jobs, shops, and services, support diverse local businesses. Healthy, the 5M project supports the physical and mental health of residents. It's clean and safe and promotes social inclusion and sociability. Green, the 5M project will serve by parks, playgrounds, plazas, greenways. Trees and plantings are integrated into the street designs. Buildings are designed to provide public open space, compact gardens, courtyards, terraces, and green roofs. The 5M project supports car-free living by being well connected to the citywide and regional destinations by sustainable transportation modes: walking, cycling, public transit, paratransit, and taxi. Streets and public transit are designed for universal accessibility. Lastly, uses natural resources and energy sparingly and efficiently and generates little waste. We ask you to please support this project. Thank you.
I didn't call your name. I know you. Give me a second, Rudy. I see you in the queue. You'll probably be in the next batch, okay?
I'm speaking. We just all can leave.
Say it again. I got you. I got you in the next batch. You'll be coming up. You and all of UP. But before we get to you, we're going to get to Socorro Campos, and then there's Chris Durazo, and then there's Teresa Imperial, and then there's Robert Marquez and Vivian Arguello and Nomi.
Good afternoon, missioners. My name is Socorro Campos. I am with SOMCAN organization. I am resident from Soma neighborhood, and I have very serious concerns about the projects for the city has presented to you. The 5M project should not be approved. The board should not rush to approve. There should be continuance of the first full board hearing until at least December 15 in order for the impact of the project to be fully considered. Whereas the analysis of the displacement increases rent and eviction, this project will cost when you add value to land like this massive. Assuming of the 5M project, the whole neighborhood feels it we've seen in its the mission we've seen in other parts of Soma. You can make luxury condoms in office tower in a working class neighborhood without there beginning consequences exciting resistance. The project should not be approved. The board should not rush to approve. There should be a continuous once the first full board hearing until at least December 15. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Drazo from the South Market Action Committee. I am actually, I was going to say a few things, but the new developments made me feel compelled to speak on other items now. I think the concern is the new AMIs. They're basically, we just looked it up right now, 3,676 for a studio. That's not really what we're talking about when we're saying we want to make sure that we have affordable housing for people in this neighborhood and as part of this project. These are the AMI, these are the tricks that I think we're really very upset about when it comes to negotiating on behalf of the community without actually realizing that there are serious impacts that need to be addressed before we move forward. Also, what's being proposed, this is a great opportunity because it's such a huge site to negotiate one big package deal. Well, that's redevelopment and back in the day. And redevelopment had an open process with staff that were from the city that actually opened it up for public comment to be heard. This is an isolated deal that doesn't have any public process in terms, except for the final approval process, not in terms of like when this comes up in front of a PAC, not in terms of when this comes in before, and is being developed within the community, within the planning area. We also have brought up issues of bringing an alternative in front of you, and I think that's something that we really want you to consider. These are issues that I believe are going to be coming up during the appeal process that we've raised, and I ask that you do not make any approvals on this until you have this appeal process. There are significant changes that this has to have. One is we should not have downtown offices on Howard Street. That is absolutely the wrong location. If you're looking at Mission Street, and I saw the new plans that they put out for Central Soma, that's on Mission Street. You don't even have affordable housing on site. All these benefits majority of them are required for.
Hello, my name is Teresa Imperial from Veterans Equity Center, and at this point, it's very disgusting how the community benefits agreement is coming in and talk about 40% affordability when on-site is 100% AMI, 120% AMI, 150% AMI. You know what a 100% AMI in studio will be? $1,784. 120% AMI for a studio, $2,140. 150% AMI for a studio, $2,676. So there is this negotiation going on without even displacement analysis, and we're acting as if there is no gentrification going on inside of Market and also in other parts of the city. Who is this? Who are we really building for? When we are proposing for a Filipino cultural district, we want to stay the Filipino community inside of Market. And we know what our population looks like. We see them every day. They are pretty much 55% and below. If anything, there needs to be a deep affordability. So when people talking about affordable housing, I feel like it's just being a keyword without any substance of what affordability means. Thank you.
We've got Robert Marquez, Vivian Arguello, I'm sorry, Vivian, if I'm mispronouncing your last name, and Nomi, and then next will be Rudy Corpus and Marif, again, I can't read the last name, Stephanie Menchavez. Please.
I have something on the overhead.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Robert Marquez with the South of Market Action Committee. And, essentially we're talking about what? Special zoning, 1 million square feet over what's allowed over that space. And we've heard a lot of different details. I'd like to present the community vision. This isn't one of the things we've heard yet. This is part of it. Our community vision shows what respecting community planning looks like in the heart of the South of Market. The city and developer have misled the public by claiming the special approvals are needed to build residential units on that site. And the community has produced drawings that prove that this isn't the case. The site is zoned for residential mixed use, C3S. It's part of the South of Market Youth and Family Special Use and District since 2008. And it's been an area that was designated for the Filipino Cultural District as part of the Western Soma Plan established in 2012. If the developer had listened to the community, we could have come up with a plan together. Instead, we've taken it upon ourselves to come up with it on our own. Our community vision provides for 670 units of housing. Forest City plans for 690 units of housing. 50% affordable is consistent with what the city's housing balance policy. And our community vision has office space and retail space too. We propose 240,000 square feet of office and move the office space off the existing youth and family special use district. We have ground level retail where we want to see neighborhoods serving businesses like markets and Filipino eateries. The community plan also keeps the Dempster and Cameline buildings for community and art space. We incorporate community space in nearly all of our buildings. We cluster the community space around the ground level open space so that the open space can act like a rec center and programs can easily flow from the inside of the buildings to the outside. Our vision is also has open space on top of the existing Chronicle building site. The plan respects the Youth and Family Special Use District, the Filipino community, and the existing neighborhood. The heights are capped at the highest currently allowed on site, 160 feet, with setbacks that reflect design guidelines in the draft Central Soma.
Thank you, Robert. Next speaker, please.
Supervisors, good afternoon. I'm Vivian Aurelio, Executive Director at West Bay Filipino. We serve Filipino immigrant youth and families. Supervisors, Filipinos in the Bay Area are grateful that there was a resolution that would create a Filipino Heritage District, because that might be the first step to ensure that our people are not displaced from the South of Market, where we have a long history. It's been reported today that the proposed project will offer 40% affordable housing. That might be commendable on the surface, but how exactly will that be of real benefit to the Filipinos that we serve? That remains to be seen. How exactly does this project and that affordable housing benefit the demographic I serve? They're low-income to extremely low-income Filipino immigrants. I think Teresa Imperial already gave us a laundry list of prices, and we know that that laundry list says that we can't afford that. It's that simple. Now, this project threatens to go against the very spirit of a Filipino Heritage District and of the family and youth zone as previously envisioned by the community. It fails to show how it will allow underserved Filipino population that we serve and their culture, our culture, to remain and to thrive. There's time to study this, though. Just continue it until December. I urge you to look closely at this proposed project from the perspective of a community that's being ignored and overlooked in San Francisco, and yet is now the biggest Asian American community in California. We care for our underserved brothers and sisters deeply. Maraming salamat po. Thank you at mabuhay ang Pilipino.
Thank you. Nomi?
Can I not put my last name? My name is Noemi Stone. I'm with California Alliance of California for Community Empowerment, AIDS. Thank you. I resent having 2 minutes to speak. Let me be clear. As someone with a speech impediment, 2 minutes is not long enough for me to speak. Anyway, I needed to say that because this is not disability friendly. I urge you to continue the decision on 5M. I was too late for the continuance of the neighborhood preference. One thing about the Fair Housing Act that it never considered its economic vulnerability. And I'm sorry, all of the developers are guilty of discrimination against economic disparity. And if they don't face that, and if you don't face that, where is your morality? Because behind me, there is a group of a lot of people of color who are going to say yes to 5M. And what is happening is divide and conquer. We will give you crumbs as long as we get what we want. And that is what's going on. I am tired. I am not doing my art because I am too busy fighting to stay in San Francisco, fighting for people I have worked with for the last 40 years, and I am tired of the developers who come in and say what they think is community benefits when we have community telling you what we need. I'm sorry to be emotional, but I am tired.
You have 1 more minute left if you want to continue.
I want to get together with the United Players and say we are on the same team. BARF and SF Grow are new people who don't care about the people who have been living here for their whole lives and have contributed to the vibrancy and cultural diversity of this city, which is being destroyed. There is no African community in Western Edition because of redevelopment. Bayview is losing their African community. So now you're going to do it to the Filipinos. Who is next?
Thank you. Rudy Corpus.
You want a minute of my time? I'll let you speak if you want to
We
speak
gave her
some
an
more.
additional minute already. Thank you, Rudy. You got 2 minutes.
All right, so first I just want to say thank you. Everything that I say comes from the spirit of love, and it comes with a fight. I'm born and raised in the South of Market in District 6. You got people right here who are currently living in District 6, Tenderloin, Treasure Island, and South of Market. We all from the neighborhood. Now, this project just didn't happen overnight. We've been a part of the process to make this happen. So when people are saying it's conquer and divide going on, and not to take away from them, yeah, it has been. But we conquer and divide on our own selves. It ain't the developers are doing it, it's our own people. Our people right here who's standing right here right now, we are for the project. We support it, we've been part of the plan, we with the plan, and if you can get, out of all this development that's coming over here, 40% housing. You can get $1 million to come to the school. You get $1 million for the park and rec. You got children and family money coming from for the re-entry and for people who are living on ground zero. To me, that's a win-win situation. We are living in the 21st century. We ain't back in the days no more. We are living right now where we have to take advantage of what's going on and be smart. You got intelligent people right here. We ain't dumb and we ain't stupid. We ain't taking no handout, no buyout. We figuring out what we can do to survive in a community that coexists with people right now who are already here. The neighborhood ain't changing, it has changed. And we are still here. And we're going to continue to fight for that. And I want to say this finally. I love my Filipino people. I'm Filipino. I love all people. I'm fighting for all people. I believe in the Filipino heritage. I believe in the children and family zone. We deserve all that, and I'm gonna continue. We want to be a part of that planning process. And so, finally, I want to say this. I heard this from a wise woman who I respect highly. She said, "In the real world, you got to make real decisions. This is the real world." Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy and United Players. Next speaker will be, I don't know how to pronounce this, Marif Swice? I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson, we haven't called you yet.
Okay.
Stephanie Marchavez? Catherine Schlitz? Catherine Von Rotz? Rabbi Catherine, okay. Oscar, Devin Biggs, and Genevieve Jopanda, Michelle Leonard Bell. Thank you, folks. Please continue.
My name is Maripis West, and I'm a resident and live at the Mint Mall, right next to the 5M project site. I agree with people who say that developers who want to build in Soma should contribute to the community. I am also supportive because Forest City is contributing above and beyond to the community. 5M not only has a very generous community benefits package, they are also building new homes specifically for the community, for the people who live in Soma who are struggling to find affordable homes. My community historically has suffered greatly by displacement. 5M is the type of development that could prevent further displacement of Filipino living in the Soma. Adding 241 brand new affordable homes, open space, and job opportunities will help my community and neighborhood thrive. Please support this community by supporting 5M and I don't understand why delay this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Stephanie Chavez, and I am the president of Mendmore Resident Association. I am living just very adjacent to the proposed building of Forest City. And you can visualize we are really very close. And we love to welcome the Forest City to be our neighbors. They are very concerned about our safety and our conditions, and they are trying to make the pedestrian wider for seniors who are walking very slow like me. Well, that is part of it only, but the important thing here is that we really acknowledge that the 40% of this affordable housing is the right time now. It is very strong that people needs this need. This is a basic needs of the people. You know, human being needs shelter. Now, I emphasize to you guys, Board of Directors or Board of Supervisors, that this is the right time to approve and to have the kindness of the people in the neighborhood. Now, I have to tell you this. Every time the Forest City is asking for out there to dialogue with us, we always have this invitation to all the tenants that we are having a meeting, information from the Forest City for the project. We are well informed about it. And we knew that it is really good to our community. Now, I want to reach this to our supervisor, Jane. I'm extremely happy that all of you here.
Thank you, but your time is up. Thank you very much.
Just to let you know
What was that?
that 40% of...
I'm sorry, ma'am, your time is up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors and everyone. I'm Jasmine Bayawa. I live in this neighborhood, and I agree that developers who want to build here should contribute to the community. I am supporting this project because this developer is contributing to the community. First of all, let's be honest, they are not kicking a single person out of this community. In fact, they are opening the doors to hundreds of new homes that are being built specifically for this community, for the kind of people who live here who are struggling to find affordable homes. We should be opening our doors to them. Please support this community by supporting this project. I strongly support this project. 40% is amazing, and we need the affordable housing now. Please vote yes on 5M. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, you know there's no applause. Remember, speared fingers or a thumbs down. Remember that, all right? Okay, Rabbi Catherine, please continue.
Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Rabbi Dr. Catherine Hans von Rothschild Zettler, Rothschild. I'm here as a member of SF-BARF, and I'm also the president of the Asian Societies Policy Institute. For many years, this project has been dangling in the wind. 8 years to be exact. And the developers have, in all honesty, have made numerous concessions. More open space, lower height. They've also put forth more funding for community services, more funding for education, more funding also for to help with the mass transit. These are reasonable concessions. They are fair for the community. This new development of 40% affordable housing is a step in the right direction. The developers have reached out to the community from day one. And I think with such actions, we must be very open and thankful that we have developers that are willing to do this and reach out and in many ways also commend them for it, but also encourage future developers to act in this responsible manner. And therefore, I strongly urge you to support this project. It is the rational choice. Many times people come up and they say things, but we can't continue going on forever playing A against B and playing us against them. That is not the way you govern. You govern by bringing people together and solving problems going forward. And that is the way to do it. And I thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please. Oscar Penurata.
Thank you. I'm Oscar Penuranda. I'm a retired teacher. I taught 15 years in San Francisco State University, 10 years at Everett Middle School, and 15 years at Union City High School. I grew up here. I came here as a young man. My mother and father spent their last 25 years in Clementina, in one of the first senior housing. I just want to let people know that my people, the Filipino American community, deserves all the benefits of whatever this project on both sides of the projects. And my brothers and sisters, I have brothers and sisters on one side of the project and the other. But when it comes to a quandary, I listen to the advice my elders always says, that if you don't know what to do with both positive things, you choose the one that serves the most people. So we will choose the one that serves the most people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker will be Devin Biggs, followed by Genevieve Jopanda, followed by Michelle Leonard Bell, followed by Michael Wright, Ken Trey, Nati Galinato, and Moy Ing.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Devin Biggs, and we here are students of Asian Neighborhood Design, and we are here to support the move to approve the 5M project. The 5M project is a great project that provides a high level of affordable housing for the community. There will be over 1,200 construction jobs and a total of 3,000 jobs in general. It will provide more job access for students like the ones who are here standing up with me to get jobs, housing, and overall better livelihood for themselves. 40% affordable housing is phenomenal. We please ask you approve the project. We need affordable housing now. Please vote yes on 5M. Thank you.
Thank you. Genevieve? Not here? Michelle Leonard Bell?
Forgive me, I just found out that my name was called earlier. May I go?
Who are you?
My name is Kyle Pickett.
Yes, you were called.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Pickett. I'm the managing principal of Urban Fabric, a sustainability consulting and communications firm with offices in San Francisco and New York. Our San Francisco office and our home is in Mid Plaza. I'm a member of the Central Market Community Benefit District's Board of Directors. My partner, Bill Worthen, and I have lived and worked in the Central Soma neighborhood for over a decade. This is my neighborhood, and 5M will be built on my block. I fully understand the complexities and cultural dynamics that make South of Market unique. I live it every day. My neighborhood is about as diverse a place as you can get in San Francisco. From my perspective, the 5M project has taken a thoughtful and intelligent approach to the design not only of its buildings, but also in considering the project's impact on the neighborhood. Soma is severely lacking in open space. 5M addresses this by establishing nearly 50,000 square feet of new public open space. These new public spaces will be a place to host community events and programming, helping to enrich the arts and life within Central Soma. The public spaces proposed by 5M are going to create spaces and places for people. This is one of the strongest reasons I am in support of 5M. 5M will also create wider sidewalks and crosswalks, making it safer for pedestrians. The 5M plan is to widen Fifth Street's western sidewalk between Mission and Howard by 8 feet and widen the east sidewalk by 10 feet, and the crosswalk at 5th and Mission will be widened. 5M also addresses concerns about vehicle traffic. In the downtown urban core, traffic is just a reality. But 5M is just a block away from the Powell Muni Metro and BART stations, and as we know, as we all know, it's density, not parking, that makes urban neighborhoods thrive. We do not own a car, nor have I owned one since I moved into Mint Plaza 10 years ago. My building only has 15 parking spaces for 60 units, and it works. We need public and community spaces that will work, and that is what 5M is proposing. I encourage a vote in support of 5M. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Genevieve, not here. Michelle Leonard-Bell? Is Michelle Leonard-Bell here? All right. Michael D. Wright.
Okay, I want to point out how everybody, the majority of the people that came up here were complaining about being displaced from their housing location. I talked to one gentleman, he says about 5,000 Filipino nationality, skin color people would be displaced if this project goes through. And it's very similar to the type of experience that I had in the Fillmore, where 100% of the area where I lived in the Western Addition was renovated and promised a relocation or back to the community, and as a result, the majority of African American, black skin, colored people were displaced. Now, this 40% affordable housing, to me, based on Proposition D, fails to detail all the details in the 40%. 2% of the overall 40% is for two people that's making $36,000 a year. If it's one person, it's $18,000. If 10% goes to people that's making $44,000 a year, 22 if it's two people. And then 17% is for a household that's making $97,800, okay? And 7% goes to people that's making $122,250 a year. There's no way that people who are making that much money should be part of a affordable housing ordinance program. Now, just 3 months ago, we had to drop everything what we're doing to enforce the inclusionary rule pertaining to a new apartment building complex that was being built in the city, and enforce an ordinance that was put on the books by Mayor Willie Brown. Now, that situation there, where a new building must include 12%. This 40% in affordable housing looks attractive when the truth of the matter is you're only providing 2% of that 40% of people who are in low income brackets, fixed income brackets, and have disabilities.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. This is actually not the same as item number 2. This is about a housing development project that's proposed for the south of Market, so it's a little bit different than what you were talking about. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Your time is up. You're welcome to stay and speak on the other items as well. Next speaker will be after this speaker, Ken Trey, Nati, Moy Ing. I don't know what this says. Thais Wortham, Rob Poole, Jasmine Babaya, Joel Koppel, Josie Kandengan, Danny Campbell, Virginia Grandi.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and committee members. I'm Moy Ing, Executive Director of Community Arts Stabilization Trust. Community Arts Stabilization Trust is a nonprofit organization that seeks to save, preserve, and create affordable space for arts and cultural organizations. We're supported by the San Francisco Office of Economic and Workforce Development, Grants for the Arts, San Francisco Arts Commission, the Rainin Foundation, as well as the Hewlett Foundation. We support our local community by bringing in technical assistance, real estate expertise, and funding. We contribute to neighborhoods in which we live by placing arts and culture at the center of economic and community development. 5M approached CAST to partner on the development of the 447 Minute building as a center for cultural and creative and community activities. CAST's vision is to ensure that local arts and culture are included in 5M. We envision that 447 Minna can be an anchor to an already thriving arts corridor in the Soma and downtown corridor of San Francisco. Serving every walk of life, 447 Minna could act as a community hub, a vital resource for arts and for the neighborhood. We actively seek nonprofit organizations with expertise in community-based arts and culture and youth programming to create a financially sustainable tenant mix. This criteria will be further developed as a part of a targeted charrette process with local stakeholders over the next several months. In closing, CAST plays the long game. We're grounded in the belief that a permanent home for nonprofits within San Francisco is a unique solution to skyrocketing rents, unaffordable lease hikes, and displacement. And 447 Minna would be a permanent home for local arts and culture for the city of San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moy. Next speaker, please.
My dear supervisors, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Natividad Tigalanato, a resident of Tenderloin District, and a representative of seniors who are here now. Please stand, seniors. Hey, seniors. Okay, please stand. And we are fully supporting the 5M project, which is the Forest City project. This is a very communicative and open to the community. It is the first project to reach 40% affordable housing. It is also a community-based plan. It also a new space, open space in South Market, and creation of 49 square foot, well over an acre of new public open space for the neighborhood. It also in preserving the city's history for future generation by retaining the San Francisco Chronicle building, the Dempster Printing building at 447 Minna Street, and the Chameleon building at the 430 Natoma Street. It also creates job opportunities. It is in the making of long-term investments for youth and families. It is in the stabilizing South Market nonprofit organizations. It is also supporting workplace development in South Market and creating access new jobs, and also to have our sidewalk widening, removal of unsafe pork chop, and more to help realize a vision of South Market with a safe and sustainable street system. Please approve the 5M project. Thank you very much. Happy Thanksgiving to one and all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Thais Wortham, and I will be speaking on behalf of Women's Audio Mission. Dear members of the Land Use and Transportation Committee and all those concerned, thank you for the opportunity to give a statement on behalf of the Community Arts Stabilization Trust work as a partner with 5M via the 447 Minna building. Women's Audio Mission is a San Francisco-based nonprofit that trains over 1,200 Bay Area women and girls every year in music production, the recording arts, and creative technology, a discipline where women are critically underrepresented. There are currently less than 5% women in this field. We are the only professional recording studio in the world built and run entirely by women. At the end of 2014, WHAM was facing displacement. Our long-term lease was up, and our 2-year search still hadn't provided a suitable new site. Thanks to help from the Northern California Community Loan Fund and CAST, we found the needle in the haystack and were able to purchase a historic recording studio where the likes of Alanis Morissette and REM had recorded. As a result, we tripled our space and were able to double our staff. We now serve an additional 300 women and girls, including 150 underserved girls that we had previously been unable to reach in the Soma and Tenderloin neighborhoods. None of this would have been possible without the support and guidance from CAST. The work they are doing is so incredibly important to keeping the vibrant arts organizations here in San Francisco. Having a stable home for an arts organization is the most important factor for future success and self-sustainability. We think carving out below market rate spaces shared by multiple nonprofits will be a key solution to the nonprofit displacement problem. And this is an area where CAST has excellent insight and is clearly on the forefront in helping to create these types of solutions. We are in full support of CAST involvement in the 5M project and ask you to support the 5.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rob Poole. I'm the project manager for the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. First, I'd like to commend Forest City, Hearst Corporation, and Supervisor Kim for working together on those amendments to the project, which we think have improved it, which include the 40% affordability mark and the reduced parking. This project really aligns with our organization's goals of increasing the supply of well-designed, well-located housing at all levels of affordability in San Francisco. You know, we're obviously clearly living in a time in California where resources to build affordable housing and buy land for affordable housing is very difficult, and it's forcing us to be very creative at the local level. Obviously, we just passed the housing bond, which has been tremendous, but we know it's not enough. We just heard Governor Brown just vetoed 2 or 3 affordable housing bills. So it's up to San Francisco and projects like this to help fill some of that gap. And a project like this of this scale is showing that added height, added density can provide a lot more benefits. And we've heard Don Falk up here earlier say the project on Taylor and Eddy was purchased 8 years ago, and it's still waiting for money. And this project can take that over the line. We know this project is buying land for affordable housing, which I think I read in the paper every single day how hard it is to buy land for 100% affordable projects. And on top of that is providing middle-income housing, which is probably the hardest thing to finance in San Francisco. There's a lot of people that can't qualify for existing BMRs or afford market rate, and this project helps address that a bit. And on top of that, it's next to transit. It has pedestrian improvements. It has a lot of open space. It'll significantly improve the neighborhood and bring a lot of benefits to a growing area. It really does not get better than this from what we've seen in new development. We hope you move it forward to the full board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors and everybody here in this room. I'm Josefina Kundangan, a resident of San Francisco for 15 years. I've been applying for affordable family housing, but until now, we're just receiving that we are on the wait list, if we are still interested to be in the wait list, and sometimes we get lottery numbers that are too high. So with this project, I call this one a unique project because it caters to everybody. And one unique feature of this project is the 33% it allows to the housing. If more projects with housing affordable to not to seniors and also to the families, I hope our dream of having affordable family housing will not only be in dreams, but it will be realized. Thank you, and I hope you support this project. It is much needed now, as soon as possible.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Joel Koppel, Electricians Local 6 and the San Francisco Electrical Contractors Association. Very familiar with the site in question. I was a CrossFit coach at a gym located on Howard Street. We would run our 400 and 800 meter distances on the Natoma Street alley, and let's just say the 5th Street side of Natoma was a lot cleaner and nicer than the 6th Street side of Natoma Alley. So we're seeing this project with the affordable housing, with the commercial and the open space combination is going to be a great asset to that neighborhood. Not only is labor here speaking in favor of the project with our resident electricians and apprentices that are trained here in San Francisco, but also our Contractors Association. Forest City has gone above and beyond to even work out, a deal with labor is going to be a deal with our contractors. Our contractors have offices here in the city. They pay their payroll taxes and gross receipts taxes here in the city. So they are very concerned with fair competition and outside contractors. So labor management, as far as the electrical industry, is here, both in favor of the project today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Virginia Grandy, and I'm here on behalf of the Yerba Buena Alliance. The Yerba Buena Alliance is a 24-year-old membership-based organization representing the Yerba Buena neighborhood, and we have a diverse membership base representing the various entities between hotels, restaurants, retail, cultural, etc. And the 5M Project has been meeting regularly with the Yerba Buena Alliance, and we would like to acknowledge the vast amount of community outreach they have done. And they have also come several times to talk to the Alliance about the project. And after careful review, the Alliance Board has taken a look and has approved the project based on a number of factors, which include the most impressive 40% affordable housing. And the Alliance is very impressed with this assertive goal, and it's a great boost for the neighborhood. It can be noted that the 5M project is not exactly in Yerba Buena. It is a neighboring, it's on the border there. So in relationship to the Yerba Buena Gardens, we feel like it is an addition to the neighborhood because of the creation of 55,000 square feet of public open space. That will be a great boon to the neighborhood, as well as the transit benefits. It makes sense to build something so close to BART, and there will be significant transit impact development fees for that. There's a number of reasons that the Alliance supports the project. I don't think I have a lot of time to go into, but we think that the project has done a lot of outreach with the neighborhood and surrounding areas, and we do go ahead and voice our support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Danny Campbell, followed by Josie Kondangan, Ken Trey, followed by Strachan Forgen, Heather Phillips.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Ariana Casanova and Ray Balbaran.
I apologize, Supervisor Cohen.
It's all right, Danny.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Danny Campbell with the Sheet Metal Workers, Local Union 104. And we here also to voice our support of this project for the same reasons that were mentioned by a lot of people before me. What we're really happy about are the wide range of income brackets that will be afforded to a chance to live here at this project. We're encouraged as well about the hub that's going to be provided for the local artists, and you know, as well as in addition to good paying, middle income, union construction jobs, thousands of jobs which this project will afford. But furthermore, it will afford local youth that from the South of Market, the Bayview, and all parts of our city, a chance at a good paying middle class career through our state approved apprenticeship programs, because Forest City is partnering with the San Francisco Building Trades Council, and so that will assure our youth have a chance, you know, to make a good middle class wage and perhaps continue to live here in the city. I heard a lot of people talk about that today, that, you know, middle class families will be affected by this. I think this is a positive thing that this project will bring for middle class families trying to continue to live here in San Francisco. So we look forward to your support in moving this project forward. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker, Josie. Ken Trey. All right, next speaker, why don't you come up?
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Phillips. I'm a South of Market resident, not far from the project site, as well as the director of City Crossroads, an organization on 6th and Natoma that has served youth and families for the last 32 years. I'm happy to be here today in support of the project. SOMA, as Rudy Corpus from United Players said, has already changed. There's so much development happening that we can understand the concerns about gentrification, and they're very real. There's piecemeal development happening on smaller scale all over the neighborhood, but this development has been really thoughtful. Forest City has engaged in this process for years, hundreds of 100 community meetings in which they have tried to flesh out what are the most important things for existing residents. The project brings resources that are needed right now. 40% affordable housing is an incredible benchmark. The fact that that's stratified across incomes is really important for working families in the neighborhood. It's really important that the benefits have been hyper-localized. It's going to support the one public school in our neighborhood. It's really important for youth and families that are living within the youth and family zone that the benefits are going to protect them. They're going to create safer streets. This is a really well thought out project that has turned surface parking lots into an asset for the community. And so I would just urge you to recommend it, to not slow down the process, but to move it to the full board with your recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Starchan Forgan, are you here? No? Okay. Ray Balbaran, are you here? Welcome. Come on up. After you speak, Ray, you'll be followed by Rosalia Tuveric, Concepcion Zamores, Reginald Meadows, Angelina Levo, Ada Chan, Tess Welburn, Jamie Faith Cadiz Zagisi. Ray, thank you.
Thank you, supervisors, for having this hearing. My name is Ray Balbaran. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I'm also a veteran of the community serving the people in the Mission District and in San Francisco. I'm in favor. I respectfully recommend you support the M5 project. M5 is putting an investment in the community, investment in the community base South of Market children and youth families. I'm a consultant for United Players. I've been a consultant since before summer, I guess in April, and I'm working with their staff that's delivering direct services. So I think this is needed. I think it's needed. It's needed more than anything else right now is serving the children in the community. The services that the community is working with right now that 5M will support is middle school children with ADHA, group home children whose families are under influence of alcohol and drugs, children who are truant, children whose parents are subject to alcohol and drugs. It also be working with families and children, well, mainly children that are on probation coming back into the community. And just about a month ago, supervisors, there was a group of people right around Howard Street that had 4 pit bulls. They were drinking, selling drugs, terrorizing that neighborhood, and United Players went out there and told them what time it was and managed to move them on. M5 is going to be part of that effort with DCYF to support community-based services. Don't forget that. I know it's about housing, but don't forget.
Thank you, Mr. Balbaran. Thank you very much. All right, next speaker, Rosalia.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Rosalia Tuvera, and I live in the Tenderloin for 20 years now. I am an officer at the Tenderloin Filipino-American Community Association. I am from the neighborhood, and I support the 5M plan. I think it is a good plan because it creates housing that doesn't exist, and it doesn't take any housing away. If all developers in San Francisco did this, our housing crisis would be much easier. I know many people who might qualify for this affordable housing who otherwise might have to leave town or crowd into small apartments with too many people in them. This plan is good for community, and I urge you to vote yes. Thank you very much, and happy Thanksgiving to all.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Concepcion Zamora,
a resident of Tenderloin and members of the Tenderloin Filipino American Community Association. I am here today to support the 5M projects. Forest City 5M has reached out to our association last month to inform the Tenderloin residents about the project. I support this project because it will build more affordable housing for the very low-income people just like me who is in fixed income. I am happy that they will build senior housing and will help build a family housing for low-income and working-class family in the Tenderloin. This project will create safety net that doesn't exist right now for literally hundreds of people who might be otherwise be forced to leave. I think we are all on the same side that we must stop displacing people. This project is a good way to help people stay, so I urge the Board of Supervisors, particularly the LOHA Land Use Committee, to approve the proposed 5M project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Come on, folks, let's line up. We're almost done. Next speaker, please. Next speaker.
Okay. Oh, tama. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Angelina Lero, a resident of Tenderloin for 15 years now. I am a member of the Tenderloin Filipino American Community Association. I have lived in the neighborhood, and one of the things I like best about this project is that not a single person has to move or is being forced out because of this project. In fact, I think more people in a neighborhood who might be struggling will be able to stay here because of the project, because of the many units of affordable housing that will be built. I say yes. Fight displacement by voting yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reginald Meadows, Ada Chan, Tess Welburn, Jimmy Faith Cadiz Sagisi.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Reginald Meadows, and I live in the Tenderloin. I'm a member of the board called IRCA, East Residential Community Association. And while I'm here standing with a say of yes, perhaps for the possibility of housing, I'm also having a big problem with the fact that even though supposedly people be able to afford these places, many people will not be able to afford them. I'm referring to the ones who do not have the incomes at all, as to those people who do have those incomes. The middle class families who get the jobs and never feel good about themselves, which is okay with me. But then there's people outside of that group who do not have that ability or do not have the ability to have funds like that, which would not be able to afford anything there. The word affordable is a bad word in this room, because the fact is no one will be able to afford anything really, except for the person who are taking care of those class citizens you mentioned earlier and the rich. So I was supposed to suggest that maybe you would change your thinking about that and maybe include, as I consider, ground zero finance people who do not have as much money as you or them, people who do not have the ability to have those good jobs and get paid that kind of money. And as for all those jobs that's coming to the city, I have seen since I've been here, everybody being put to those jobs except for the African American community. Everybody else gets those jobs, but not the poor. They get not thought about in these conditions. It would be nice if the city was fair in all their actions, and all their planning would be for the benefit of its citizens, which is all of us. But instead, they are not for all of us, but therefore only for those select few who have a pocket full of money and a bag of money to give it to them in. So now I think you should change that policy and be for the people, because we voted you in this place. You didn't get here on your own. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ada Chan, Tess Wellborn. Jamie.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Tess Wellborn, Housing Advocate. The 5M project offers many benefits to San Francisco. The developer is making money hand over fist, and that's why they can offer these benefits. But developers have come back to the city in the past and changed their mind about X, Y, and Z and asked to reduce what they promised, especially in this case where it's talked about that the developer is planning to flip this anyway. We have a housing shortage now. That comes from two places. The market has not been building housing until recently. But the city's policy to build office space, to draw in jobs, is a major cause of the current housing problem. We don't need to build more office space and bring in more jobs. That only puts pressure on the housing that we have right now. This project is inconsistent with the general plan, and the cumulative impact will be major displacement and of San Franciscans who live here now. And if you know that when people get evicted economically or by a legal process and they get evicted from their place, they are evicted from San Francisco. They lose their neighborhood. The cumulative impact, besides displacement of thousands, is that the nearby property owners are going to make money hand over fist too. So of course they're very delighted by this. The city needs to take responsibility to hold hearings on major projects and legislation and wait for the BLA study. We can do better. We can get a better deal, lower heights, and protect these neighborhoods and the residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name wasn't called, but I did put a card in. My name is Rose Eager, and I'm from the neighborhood. I'm very concerned. The buildings are really big and big, tall. Everybody here that is for the low-income affordable housing is from the Tenderloin. We don't live in the Tenderloin. We live in Soma. And we need affordable housing in Soma, not in the Tenderloin. So it seems that these property values that will go up and the evictions that will necessarily, they will follow afterwards in a few years. They will be pushed up over Market Street to one poor area to another poor area, and that's what you're going to do with the poor people. You're going to push them up. Taylor and Eddie is not for family apartments. The Glide Memorial is right there, which is a great organization. This building should be for people who are homeless. You should build micro apartments there. You should start the process of trying to rehabilitate the people in the street. That will help our neighborhood because that will take the people off the street. Please do something constructive on the streets. Please.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Ada Chan, and I want to, it's heartbreaking to say, but Rudy's right. It's not back in the day anymore. It's not back in the day when San Franciscans really believed in planning and the city actually had a robust planning process. This is not a good plan. This is a business deal. That's all we've heard people talking about is the business deal of the 5M project. The 5 myths of 5M. This is not good planning. This is good planning. It is not. Number 2, this is not spot zoning. It is spot zoning. It is changing zoning for one particular property owner to benefit them. And this is something that everybody in San Francisco understands. The Coalition of Neighborhoods, San Francisco Neighborhoods, supports SMAP in their opposition to the project because they know it's coming to their neighborhood next. Your vote on this is your vote for your neighborhood and how planning will behave in your neighborhood. D for D assures certainty. Myth number 3, it does not. For those of us who've been involved in land use fights for the last 20 to 30 years, we have seen how renegotiation occurs. TNDC had 2 important sites in the South of Market for affordable housing, and when the market changed, they sold their sites. They are not committed to the South of Market. They are committed to their development. The money that myth number 4, the money that they are receiving is not inclusionary. It is about the jobs housing linkage and the impacts of the office space. That is why TNDC is getting that affordable housing money, because the project exacerbates the issue of the jobs housing imbalance. If the project cared, it would build housing and not office on Howard Street. Myth number 5. Culture and arts. This is not about culture as a commodity. When the people of Soma talk about the need for a cultural district, we are talking about a way of being where everything is not for sale. I hope that you all will think about this, and I hope that you will consider holding off until we get a real analysis about the project to December 15th.
Thank you. Supervisor Kim?
I just want to make one comment, and this is not to discredit any of what Ms. Chen has said, and I think she's made several great points about the project before us, but I did want to correct one statement. TNDC does still own the 2 sites in the south of Market, and they are planning to build affordable housing on both the 5th and Howard site and the site on Mission between 6th and 7th. I just didn't want misinformation to be out there.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jamie Faith Kadi Sigisi. Good afternoon, supervisors. I stand before you as a concerned San Francisco resident and also a proud member of the Filipino community. I know we've all heard the term before. If it sounds too good to be true, then it probably is. This is exactly what we're faced with today. I would like to highlight the many inadequacies and deficiencies in the 5M development agreement, in the resulting economic report, and also the 5M project itself. And in brief, if I start off with the economic report, the timeliness of that report is really subpar. We barely had 4 days to comment and review on that. And what I saw on its face are some of the things that we should raise questions as legislators and residents. First is the economic impact report has no real approach or analysis that is clear. The findings that are based on we're not sure if it's 2015 dollars or otherwise, and this is a project that's a 15-year development. So we need clarity on that. There's no study resources identified or exhibits to prepare this report, so it's questionable at best. The second major issue I saw with the economic report is there's broad stroke conclusions without facts or evidence. For instance, page 13 talks about construction spending over 5 years. There's no timeline or plan or phase plan in this development agreement. Where are we getting the 5 years? And then there's these broad conclusions about downward pressures of the economy. Where are those facts? I really want to focus on the development agreement itself. Today we're touting the 40%, but I question how we could get to 40% if we haven't even got to 33%. In a nutshell, look at the development agreement. The language is loose. It has no obligatory language. It says anticipated 33%. Those 83 units are all speculative. It's a parcel of land donated. And for the seniors who are here, I ask you, when is that going to be built? It's not specified.
Thank you. All right, now is the time. I have no more speaker cards. I want to invite anyone that hasn't had an opportunity to speak to come up and speak. You'll have 2 minutes as well as everyone else.
Good evening, I'm Sylvia Johnson, and I've been trying my
Excuse
best
me, through the chair.
Building and buildings.
I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson, just a moment.
Ms. Johnson spoke already during public comment.
Thank you very much. Ms. Johnson, the clerk of the board has informed me that you've already spoken on this item. We can only allow people to speak one time on this item.
I didn't speak about buildings. Right.
Ms. Johnson, the clerk has indicated that you've already spoken. Okay. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? I'm sorry. Oh, Misha. I'm sorry. I actually do have a card for you. I didn't see you in there. What did you say?
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Misha Olivas. I'm the Director of Programs with United Players, and I am a Soma resident since 2000. I am born and raised in San Francisco. Like everyone else, I'm concerned about the rapid pace at which San Francisco is changing and the gentrification that is affecting a lot of our neighborhoods. I know in the 90s, I did a lot of work in Bayview, and I was the crazy gentrification harpy telling everyone it was coming for them. But as we've seen, things have changed really fast. To me, a lot of the changes that have taken place in Soma have happened because of code-compliant projects that give us all the impacts with none of the benefits. 12% housing is simply not enough, and I feel like there have been moves to raise that from a city requirement, and that's where I would like to put my advocacy efforts. I've spoken a lot lot and often about my support of this project and why that is, but today I just kind of want to talk about the higher AMIs and why that's important. I know that when you talk about the dollar amounts associated with rents at those higher AMI levels, it sounds really ridiculous, but for my employees, you know, not to put them on blast, I have folks who work for us, their partners may work low-end retail, and they don't qualify for the 50% and below. I am really happy that there are rehabs happening in public housing because that exists for the lowest of the low. I know that a lot of people don't like the way that that sounds, but unfortunately that's the truth, and I'm glad that San Francisco is putting some time and energy and resources into revitalizing that asset that we have in our city. I know also a lot of affordable housing is targeted to those lower AMIs, and so I am in full support of the higher AMIs because I think it reaches those nonprofit workers like my workers, it reaches teachers, it reaches other people that may have two-member incomes that don't qualify for those lower rates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My apologies for overlooking you, and I also want to stand corrected. Ms. Johnson, I do have a speaker card for you if you'd like to come and talk 2 minutes on items 2 through 4. My apologies to you. I realize that you spoke on item 1.
Thank you, supervisors. I just wanted to make comments on the plan for our citywide facilities and to, make process and for the poor, and also make housing. I'm very familiar with about building houses, and I don't want to be put down for this, this project. And I've been very rudely, taken disadvantage of because of my illness, and I'm going out fully, and I think this is one of the things that we have been, disregarding because it has a lot to do with the amount of money that we progress in, and which is going to be a whole lot more money. You just got to talk to more business like progressing on what we do with this medication and making more money on that, but you never even discussed with me, and you made your own decision, and just totally put the question out of progress, which our town needs a whole lot more advantages. Because I'm a very good guitar player, and they're already calling me at the guitar place, and I make a lot more money in doing this process of building houses and more access with our business work. Other things that I have already developed, and that's different ideas that I have, and I have a studying project, which is one of those things that I think a lot of people are scared of, because my auntie, she done a whole lot more business and more progresses, and she got killed for it, and I don't think that is being fair.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone else that'd like to speak on this item that has not spoken before? All right, seeing none, public comment is closed at this time. This matter is back in the hands of the committee. Supervisor Kim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Cohen, and I do want to thank all the members of the public that came out to speak today. It is often hard when we have major large projects come before this board because there is always a broad spectrum of opinions on any project in a neighborhood. Our neighborhood is personal. This is our home, and I live 2 blocks away from 5M as well, and so this is personal to me also. But I certainly understand the myriad of concerns, but also support for this project. Development is very complicated, and I think I understand that really well, having to approve and negotiate much of development in the south of Market and the Tenderloin. I want to start off first by making a series of amendments, and then I do have some concluding remarks before making a motion for this project. And so we have distributed amendments both to the planning code and the development agreement that are before board members today. And Mr. Givner, our city attorney, do I need to read these into the record or generally speak summarily about them
Deputy
beyond
City.
my opening comments?
Yeah, I think you covered a lot of it during your opening comments. Mr. Guy spoke about the Planning Commission's recommendations for amendments to the SUD ordinance. You don't have to read them into the record, but
Right.
you describe them as you wish.
Thank you. So I'd like to make the amendments as so described into both the planning code, zoning map, and development agreement, largely codifying many of the points that were negotiated up until today, and also ensuring that aspects of the development agreement are codified within the zoning map and planning code.
Okay, let's see if there's any comments. Supervisor Henry, anyone? Nope. Do you have another amendment, or do you want to just take it amendment by amendment? Would you like to make a
Those
motion?
are all my amendments. I know that Supervisor Wiener has an additional amendment.
Sure, I think he's got an amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do have an amendment which I've distributed. It's to the development agreement. It says actually agenda item 5, but it's agenda item 4. And it is an amendment having to do with street widths. We've had some issues in the past where this board approves a major project with certain street dimensions, and then down the road, a city department will come back and insist on a change to those dimensions, which has a cascading effect on the project, and it just causes challenges. And sometimes it's been done in a very ad hoc way where a department just steps forward and says, I hereby demand that you change the dimensions of your roads. Sometimes it leads to wider roads, meaning narrower sidewalks and so forth. So this amendment would basically require that if any city agency does in the future decide that it wants to change something with respect to street width or sidewalk width, that there would have to be a convening of city agencies and the developer to try to work through it. So that it is not sort of the Wild West, which is how it's played out in the past. And so that's my amendment.
All right, thank you very much. Why don't we take these amendments one by one? Supervisor Kim, why don't we just start with your two? If you would like to make a motion, we can start moving forward. Thank you.
I thought I had made the motion, but just making the motions to amend as I had articulated in my opening comments and also as articulated by the Planning Department.
Thank you very much. I'll second that motion. Without objection, these amendments pass. Excellent. Without objection, the amendments pass. And Supervisor Wiener, would you like to make a motion for your amendment?
Yes, I move the amendment that I distributed and described.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll second that amendment. And we can accept these amendments without objection, colleagues? All right. These amendments pass without objection. Due to the pending sequence CU appeal, that these items we would need to move forward, but without a recommendation. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Thank you very much. So, I'd like to make a motion to move the amended items forward. Okay.
I'll move that we forward the items without recommendation.
Without a recommendation. Thank you. And Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. I just want to make some concluding comments before we. Oh, no, it's okay. Before we make the motion to move out, and I will certainly have much opportunity to speak next Tuesday. I just want to say I'm never excited about approving a project that isn't 100% affordable. But I think what I have learned in this process is to build on a major site where affordable housing also costs anywhere between $450,000 to $600,000 a door, that we need to work with our market rate developers in order to cross-subsidize affordable units, and also to build more value in the land. I think what is important when we confer value to developers is that we ensure that we share that benefit back with the community. I do think that there are multiple ways to look at the displacement and gentrification that's happening here in San Francisco. We are all heartbroken by it. And I think it's questionable whether building less or building more will achieve less development and gentrification and build a more diverse San Francisco. And I think the jury is still out on that. I think, but the point that we are at right now, I do support us building development as long as that developer and development is committed to building for as many San Franciscans as possible. I don't want to disagree with points that were made by members of the public. This is absolutely spot zoning. It's not the best way to do planning. I wish we just had one area plan and we all just built what was in that plan. That hasn't been the practice in San Francisco for quite a bit of time. And certainly in a time when we are trying to build more affordable housing, I think that it is actually acceptable to do spot zoning in order to build more affordable housing in a time of this type of crisis. I just also want to say that there's often a lot of debate over what is affordable housing. Well, affordable housing is what has been defined by HUD. It is 0 to 120% of AMI, and that is something I've fought for in every single project when developers try to define affordable as some kind of fluid income. In this case, 33% is affordable housing, and on top of that, there's an additional 7% for middle-income housing. This is in many ways exactly the deal that we negotiated with the Giants on public land at Seawall Lot 337, and I didn't see very many people come out against that project. I know that the locations are different, but these two projects are setting a new standard. Development will continue in San Francisco, and I think that we need to ensure that future developers are committed to meeting this kind of standard. And in voting no on a project where a developer is willing to come to this standard, will ensure that no other developer will ever commit to 40% affordable housing. I do think a wide range is also important. It's hard. I always want to build as low and deeply subsidized units as possible because we have so many working class residents and families that are getting pushed out of the city. But frankly, our middle class residents are getting pushed out as well as our nonprofit workers. We're talking about 3-person households that make between $100,000 and $130,000 a year. These are two people that make $40,000 to $50,000 a year. These are actually many of the people in this room. And so I just think that we have to be careful when we discuss and kind of fight over what the breakdown is, that we realize that we're trying to build inclusively as possible, and we can't build everything on every site as we'd like it to. And each project is going to look a little bit different from one another, but in the overall balance of when we're doing development in the city, that we try to make sure that we incorporate it into kind of the larger picture, which is what I've attempted to do in negotiating this deal with Forest Cities. Again, I do want to recognize the Mayor's Office of Economic and Workforce Development, who have been strong supporters of ensuring strong community benefits and affordability in this project, and of course the developer, who could have made this incredibly difficult, but instead said, we want to get to this goal with you. Let's try to figure out how to make this happen. I look forward to the continued conversation next Tuesday on the environmental impact review. I think there's certainly a different set of issues that we can discuss next Tuesday and then the overall project. But I will be supporting the motion to move this out of committee today without recommendation. And colleagues, I thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you. Colleagues, can we take this without objection? All right. This motion passes.
Just
Thank you.
to clarify, this is going out to the November 17th Board of Supervisors meeting.
That is correct. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any other items on the agenda?
No, that concludes our business for today.
All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting is adjourned.